Asimita. Gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you to the 10th edition of the Bridge Leadership Foundation's Career Day. We have a packed, insightful, and very interesting lineup for you today, and I trust that you would sit back, sit tight, and enjoy every bit of it. I will also try as much as possible not to get in the way of all that we have prepared. So my interventions or you'd see my face every now and then. To begin this great event, the 10th edition of the Bridge Leadership Foundation's Career Day, we will hear from the Board of Trustees. Representing the Board of Trustees is Mrs. Von Fashiru. Right after her, we will take a quick message from our partners and sponsors, and then it will be time to hear from a man of vision, a man who saw a need and decided to build a bridge. But before we hear about the man and the bridge and all the interesting stories that followed after on, it's time for us to hear from the Board of Trustees, the Bridge Leadership Foundation, here represented today by Mrs. Von Fashiru.
Good morning and greetings to all around the world. At the Bridge Leadership Foundation, everyone is a celebrity. So all of us on this line today is a celebrity. So permit me to stand on all existing protocols. Today is the 10th anniversary of our Career Day, founded by a leader who really saw the situation that we're seeing today very, very clearly. This global pandemic that we have, this current economic backdrop that we're seeing today, not just in Nigeria, but around the world, where we have our economy being slow, the impact on jobs is phenomenal. The results are such that about over 400 jobs will be lost over the next 2 years in our continent. A lot of them will be affected by people like that we have on this call today. So today we're here to talk about the new normals, and really, the old way of public sector leading the way, the old way of doing things has to change. It's about us on this call providing the foundation and the platform to do that, and leading the way for the youth here to have the right opportunities to provide some of the solutions that we very much need today to go forward. Now, if we think about this, where there are problems, there are always solutions. At times like this is when real character is built. So what we do at Bridge Leadership Foundation is to really provide the platform to turn all these terrible challenges that we have in our continent and in our world right now into solutions. The youth, small businesses, and women will be at the heart of driving these solutions. The founder saw this. He created this platform 10 years ago. So far, we have 54,000 youth that have benefited from the works of this foundation. So it's my pleasure to open up this conference today so that we work with all of you, not just today, this Career Day, but going forward to provide the solutions with the youth, for the youth, that will help us create a new future and a new normal for Nigeria and for the continent and for the world. Thank you.
At this year's Career Day. It is our hope that, like previous career days, it would be a most rewarding experience for participants. It is our 10th career day, and that makes it special. But what makes it even more special is the fact that it is our first virtual career day event. At the foundation, we believe that successful leaders adjust and adapt to every situation. And we are doing just that with this event. The mission and vision of the foundation is to deliberately raise a generation of young leaders who are focused and capable of making meaningful differences in our society. Great leaders are not born. They are trained, they are groomed, they are molded, they are crafted. This is a period of transition.
Donna, where am I going?
We hope that this event will achieve its objective of equipping young leaders for the new normal. Once it arrives, it's too late to prepare. How does the leader of the new normal think? How does he get equipped? There's never been a period like this. Like I said earlier, leaders adjust and adapt. What are you doing today to grow? Are you connected to the right people? Who are your friends? Are you learning from the best? Who's your mentor? Do you have a solid vision for your life? Can you see the opportunities? Are you evolving toward the new world? At one of Steve Jobs' commencement speeches at Stanford University, he told the students that the dots connect backward. Some of you may recall the theme of last year's career day, which was technology and innovation, opportunities, challenges, and the future. Little did we know then that we were preparing for today's world, and it would be here this soon, thanks to COVID-19. The purpose of this program, and of all programs like this, but this one in particular, is to help you navigate what I call the now normal. The theme for this year's career day is the new normal. Our reality is that until there is a vaccine, we have to adapt, adjust, and change every single day. Things will never be the same again. So it's a new normal, but it's also a now normal. If all of this feels new to you, then all I can say is welcome to 2020, a year that no one predicted. Those who will survive the season will be those who have the ability to adapt and adjust. What information do you need to be able to adapt and adjust? What new skills do you need to learn to adapt and adjust? Leadership is about sailing through the waves with what you've got. The question is, what do you have? It is on this note that I'd like to thank you all for joining us. I'd also like to thank our sponsors as well as the various organizers of this event. After carefully selecting the topic, we also took time to carefully select an array of speakers and leaders of thought who would obviously do justice to this year's theme. I suggest we all get our notepads and pens, and then, of course, take our seats, get comfortable as we go through today's event. I know that, like all our career day events, this will be most enlightening and informative for everyone. I thank you, and God bless you all. Thank you very much.
10 years ago, a man had a dream, a vision to move young people from a state of helplessness to one where they are empowered to make informed decisions about their lives, communities, and future. He thought hard about how to achieve this and decided to get to work immediately. He built a bridge to help as many young people that were and still willing move from present to the future. The Bridge Leadership Foundation, TBLF, is a non-governmental organization established in 2011 with a simple yet daunting vision to raise a community of inspired, equipped, and influential young leaders who lead themselves and others. Over the years, the foundation has implemented a wide range of programs that inspire, empower, and engage youths. Most of these interventions connect and mentor young people to become leaders that influence others to develop their respective communities. Today, over 53,510 young people have been reached through advocacy, capacity building, mentorship initiative, academic scholarships, and teacher training programs across no less than 50 communities in the South region of Nigeria.
I learned that the first 4 minutes of entering into any class to talk with my students, I have to be able to connect with them. If I'm not able to do that, then the remaining minutes are lost. I've also come to understand that every child has a story behind wherever he or she is coming from. So I have to be able to relate with them.
We have all been made to understand that the teacher plays a very cardinal role in whatever change we want to see in the society. Let me thank the Bridge Leadership Foundation.
This bridge has supported various individuals achieve their dreams, organizations make possible their impact project, and has built a legacy for almost 10 years. Through a strong network and collaboration with credible organizations, companies, and well-meaning individuals, TBLF has received support to bridge the gap between limitations and potential for change. To the man who saw the future over 9 years ago, and to those who have journeyed on this bridge, we say thank you. And to others willing to partner on this quest to create the future, we look forward to working with you. As we approach our 10th anniversary, a new decade dawns upon us as a country and continent. The foundation will continue to fulfill her mandate and stay committed to the vision to build generations of transformational leaders for today and tomorrow.
name is JJ Omojua. I'll be moderating this session, the keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker for today is the renowned Ndidi Iwuneli. She actually needs no introduction, but for the sake of this session, I just tried to do it. But if I did a full one, we probably would not be out of here by the time I'm done. Ndidi is the co-founder of Sahel Consulting and serves as its managing partner. She has 23 years of experience in international development, and through her work with Sahel, has shaped agricultural strategy and policy in West Africa and beyond for a range of clients in the public, private, and non-profit sectors. She's also the co-founder of AACE, or ACE Foods, a social enterprise which processes nutritious food made from the best of West Africa's cereals, herbs, spices, and pulses. She's also the founder of Leap Africa, which works across Africa, inspiring, empowering, and equipping the next generation of dynamic, principled, and innovative young leaders. You would hardly find a young Nigerian and also African who's not heard of Leap Africa, or at least been through its sessions. She started her career as a management consultant with McKinsey & Company, working in Chicago, New York, Johannesburg offices. She's also recognized as a young global leader of the World Economic Forum, and she received a national honor, a Nigerian national honor, member of the Federal Republic, MFR, from the Nigerian government. She is repeatedly listed as one of the most influential people on the continent, one of the most influential women around the world indeed, and she holds an MBA from Harvard Business School. She's delivered speeches, not just at Harvard, all over the world, and she's, excuse me, my voice. She holds honors in multinational and strategic management from Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. She's also a senior fellow at the Busava Ramani Center for Business and Government at the Harvard Kennedy School, and a 2018 Aspen Institute New Voices Fellow. She is on the board of several organizations, private, public, and whatever else you can imagine. She's such an inspirational figure, not just for Africans, but for young people all around the world. It is my privilege and my pleasure to introduce Ndidi Iwuneli for our keynote address. Thank you.
Thank you so much, JJ, for that warm introduction. And a special thank you to the founder and the board of this dynamic institution. I have always held the founder and his dear wife in high esteem. They do tremendous work. And I started hearing about them from my childhood through their cousin, Andrew Esege. And so when I met them, they definitely lived up to the expectations. And I thank them for their pioneering work. I also am dear friends with some of their board members like Yvonne Fasharu. So I commend the entire board for this 10th lecture and this wonderful celebration. I'm going to share my presentation this morning. So that we can get started. I hope you can all see the screen. So the topic I've been given is the global economy adapting to the new normal. JJ, please confirm that you can see the screen.
I can see the screen. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. So it's no news to any of us that we're experiencing a shock. COVID-19 has been a shock that has upended many of our lives and is a shock that we share across the world. Now, when you look at the dynamics, it started as a health crisis globally in China and quickly spread to Europe, to the United States, and now across the continents and across the world. What has it done? It's led to tremendous poverty, economic downturns. When we look at the food crisis, a food crisis globally, but also has created tremendous wealth for a few people. I was looking at the statistics and seeing how much Jeff Bezos is worth, or Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, during this pandemic. And yet, poverty has deepened. In fact, 500 million people have been pushed into poverty. And so that's the contradiction of the world that we're living in. And I think it's important that we think about this new normal that's emerging. Now, when we zero in into Nigeria and the crisis in our nation, it started as a health crisis and just revealed how weak our health infrastructure was and how challenged we were to accommodate all the dynamics around this. But then the economic shocks as well, links to the oil crisis at the same time. Serious short-term, medium-term, and long-term implications. There's going to be a degrowth in our economy. World Bank projects a negative 2% result this year. Inflation, liquidity, macro and microeconomic instability, job losses, declines in remittances, currency devaluation, also linked to the oil shocks. But we're also facing many social challenges. Many of our children who don't have access to technology and data have struggled with online and Zoom learning. Our teachers have been equally affected. There's been a rise in domestic violence, unwanted pregnancies, and increasing rates of crime. We're also facing serious emotional challenges. People are struggling with mental health. There's significant fear and anxiety. And I think it's demonstrated that there's an absence of leadership in many of our spheres. Now, what many experts have argued is that it's actually brought forward what we call the fourth industrial revolution. We basically started with the first industrial revolution, steam engineering, then assembly line, computing, and now we've been propelled into this fourth industrial revolution, where we're focused on digitization and integration of digital tools, digital business models, and a whole range of new technologies that we didn't even anticipate and we didn't think we needed so soon. Now, this also has required tremendous new skills and a new approach for working with people. This fourth industrial revolution, which COVID-19 has pushed us into, not only is creating new industries, but it's also transforming existing industries and decentralizing industries. It's speeding up the rate of change on a daily basis. And for those of us who were technology dinosaurs, it's propelling us into this new world. Now, what does it mean for jobs and skills? And I know that your foundation has been very focused on jobs and skills. It means that there's a worldwide disruption of the educational, technical, and vocational institutions as we've known them. The job losses and the slowdown in hiring in more traditional industries, there's a rapidly changing work environment. And for those of us who did not want to work from home or who did not believe some of our staff could work from home, we're recognizing that there's a new normal around distance work and remote work. There's also a lack of business capital right now, and obviously the rise in unemployment. I work with entrepreneurs through the many hats I wear, and 50% of them have shut down their operations temporarily. Some are starting back up, but many have significant fears around business continuity. In fact, the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition conducted an extensive survey across Africa, and what did they learn? That 94% of the SMEs had experienced decreased sales, difficulty in assessing inputs, difficulty paying staff. 84% of the firms reported changing their production volumes. 85% anticipated future impacts on their supply chains. 80% reported taking actions to mitigate the impact of the pandemic. And 81% reported urgently needing financial and technical support. So there's a crisis amongst our SMEs, and we know that our SMEs are the engine of innovation, the engine of growth, and the biggest provider of employment. What are some other drivers that we're seeing in our ecosystem? The role of entrepreneurship is more important than ever before. The role of technology and innovation, as the founder said last year, you focused on innovation. Innovation is still extremely relevant today, and even more relevant than it was last year. The focus on the circular economy and sustainable development. So it's not business as usual when we think about waste to wealth. It's actually a complete rethinking of every component of our economy and how they are connected and how we need to continue to recycle, leverage water and waste. There's also a rise in inequity and the need for inclusive growth. And I've talked about some of the social and mental health issues. There are also real issues around ethics and identity with increased use of technology. How do you use data? What about data privacy? And how do we protect people while we leverage this data? And there are serious security and conflict-related issues. And according to the World Economic Forum, this means that more than ever before, we need agile and transparent governments, we need dynamic entrepreneurs to take responsibility, and we need a skilled workforce with the requisite life and leadership skills. Now, I'm writing a book. I wrote one called Social Innovation in Africa, a Practical Guide for Scaling Impact. And the one that's coming out this year is called Food Entrepreneurs in Africa, Scaling Resilient Agriculture Businesses. And this is the model I have in my book. that any new business and any business that expects to scale in the COVID-19 era and beyond has to have 6 critical components. The first is that their models have to be demand-driven with measurable value addition. That means that if you had a business that was catering, for example, to luxury products and luxury consumers who could afford luxury products, in a period where there's extreme decline in purchasing power, you're going to have to rethink that model. There has to be value creation and value addition, not just for your niche, but for millions of people. Your business has to leverage technology, data, and innovation. You as an entrepreneur have to shape your ecosystem. There's no business that can thrive in the COVID-19 era and beyond if it's not involved in shaping policy and ensuring that the policy is relevant for the needs of the entrepreneurs. Your model has to be cost effective and dynamic with systems and structures. That means there's no room for fats. Every cost that you can remove, every efficiency gain that you can achieve has to be involved. And then you have to have simple and compelling branding. This is so important. Many of us struggle with telling our stories and communicating our brand and building trust with our consumers. This is non-negotiable in this era. And finally, but most importantly, you have to build in resilience into your DNA from the onset, which means there are going to be future shocks. COVID-19 is one pandemic that's with us for a while, but there are going to be future shocks linked to climate change and linked to future pandemics. And resilience has to be a key component of your business model. Now, I've interviewed 80 entrepreneurs across Africa who are scaling and who are resilient in COVID-19 and beyond. And these 6 components are non-negotiable for all of them. Then there are some soft skills required for the leaders, the thinkers, the entrepreneurs who are listening. First, you have to be able to have the ability to solve problems. This concept of a complex problem-solving mindset where you see problems as opportunities, where you can figure out how to engage is critical. Critical thinking, creativity, your ability to manage people and coordinate with others, emotional intelligence, judgment and decision-making, your approach to service, your negotiation skills, and your cognitive flexibility. Now, what does that mean? It means that as we're designing our curriculum through our formal institutions and preparing our children and youth for the workforce, these skills have to form a critical component of how we teach. That means revamping our entire educational system from rote learning, memorization, which we all grew up with, to actually empowering our young people to think for themselves. We used to be punished if we questioned our teachers. Well, in the COVID era and post-COVID era, we have to celebrate when children have identities, have ideas, and can challenge the status quo. How are we addressing these gaps from early education, primary, secondary, tertiary, vocational, community approaches, and private sector training programs? Now, Leap Africa has been working on this for a while, and I'm excited because Leap Africa works in Akwa Ibom, and we've been working in Akwa Ibom for many, many years in partnership with the government. And it's around not only what we've seen is that the growth prospects for job and skills development is in the services sector, the creative sector, the digital sector, and the agribusiness and ag tech sector. And I'm excited to hear from the panelists and others who are going to be speaking about these sectors. There's so much opportunity to capture our young people through e-learning and redesigning how we offer that, as well as gaming, because our young people understand gaming, and that's a way to retool how we teach leveraging gaming. In addition, there's a lot we have to do around self-leadership, and LEAP has been doing this for the last 18 years around our youth leadership programs, our Lead the Way programs, helping our young people conquer this concept that they cannot lead themselves and others, empowering them with entrepreneurship skills from day one. And then talking about transformational leadership and empowering them to be transformational leaders. And we've been doing this through the LEAP Social Innovators Program, helping our young people believe they can be leaders of today and tomorrow, as well as empowering them with digital and financial literacy skills. This is a non-negotiable, as well as employability skills. And when we think about the new future, it's about skills for employment and transitioning. It's about empowering our young people with a mindset for enterprise and entrepreneurship, and ensuring that they're equipped with education around sustainable development. We measure the impact of our work, not just on the skills that our young people gain, but what they do with those skills in terms of their community change projects. Now, I want to delve into what my role as an entrepreneur and how I've been pivoting, because it's one thing to talk about theory, it's another thing to talk about practice and how we can do this and how we're doing this, just to give practical examples and inspire those who are listening. So as I'm an SME entrepreneur, like many of you, and I have young people on my workforce, and one of the companies that I co-founded over 10 years ago is called Ace Foods. Now, we source locally and process for the local market. And we work with over 10,000 farmers producing a range of spices, complementary food, and nutritious food. Now, when COVID-19 hit, our biggest concern was first, the health and safety of our staff. We had to ensure that we shaped policy for the government to recognize agriculture and food companies as essential during this period. Then we had to put our teams into A and B teams to decongest the factory and ensure that we could continue to produce without putting our staff at risk. But then the second thing we quickly realized is that even as an SME, we had to play a role in feeding the most vulnerable at this difficult time. We have a complementary food product that fights moderate malnutrition. So we started donating it to Lagos State, Ogun State, and about 10 nonprofit and faith-based organizations in these states. After a while, we said, you know what, we're going concern. We can't just keep donating. We're going to go out of business. So we reached out to friends and family, and we started a crowdfunding campaign to say, you know what, help us feed others. And through their support, we're able to feed more people in Plateau and in Enugu State, as well as more people in Ogun State and Lagos State. What this message is that even as an SME, you can do well and do good. Thinking about your role during the COVID-19 pandemic and beyond, sustainability is key, but you have to partner with community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, and government to say, how can I keep going, doing well, and doing good? This is a key message for what we are required to do at this time. Now, through Sahel Consulting, which is my day job, we work across West Africa, transforming the agriculture and nutrition landscape and working with a range of partners. And one of our projects, we've had to keep going COVID-19 and beyond, is called the Advancing Local Dairy Development in Nigeria project. We work with dairy communities in Kaduna, Katsina, Adamawa, Kano, and Plateau states. Putting these dairy communities, what we normally would refer to as the Fulani communities, into clusters, teaching them how to hygienically produce milk and supplying this milk to milk processors who ordinarily would be importing milk. Now, during this period, we had to keep producing because these farmers not only are essential to our lives, but by keeping them settled, we can ensure that there's safety and that they can live in harmony with the communities around them. So we produced 15,000 face masks for all our farmers. We incorporated COVID-19 training for all our farmers. And then we continue to figure out how to work safely, decongesting the extension training programs to 20 people and teaching them how to work in this new normal. Was it easy? Absolutely not. Are these states very unpredictable? In many of the communities, yes, but we continue to push forward and our team members are heroes for that. We also redesigned how we engage with youth. We have this annual Sahel Scholars Program where we go to universities across Nigeria, getting young people excited about agribusiness, giving them scholarships and internships. Instead of having a regular physical training, we then made it a virtual conference and impacted students across Nigeria, as well as educators. We added our first online educators conference for professors and researchers to help them start thinking about agribusiness education and how we can revamp it. So we had to redesign. We had to pivot quickly to redesign. And then we launched a digital business in the face of COVID-19. And this is to give us hope that even at a time when many businesses are closing, new ones are starting. We launched a one-stop shop hub for agri-entrepreneurs called nourishingafrica.com. And this is providing financing, training, support to entrepreneurs across Africa working in food and agriculture. Our mission is to attract, empower, equip, and connect and celebrate over 1 million dynamic and innovative young entrepreneurs. And we provide all this support for free. So I wanted to show you that even in the face of COVID, you are required to pivot. You're required to redesign. You're required to reimagine. And this is an opportunity for you to build back better. It sounds like a cliche, but what we know is that COVID-19 is a mixed blessing for Nigeria because the rest of the world is hurting too, and we have to solve our own problems. So as I round up, what does this mean for entrepreneurs? What does it mean for leaders at this time? First, as a leader, you have to have vision. You have to have vision to disrupt and to redesign. You have to have empathy. for people within your organization, but for people across the ecosystem, across your communities. You have to be able to manage your costs and plan about thinking through the best case, worst case, and think through how you adjust. You have to leverage technology and innovation. You have to collaborate like never before. And you have to ensure that you get involved in policy interventions and ecosystem solutions. We have to change our mindsets. A friend of mine likes to say that a crisis is a terrible thing to waste. And that's a challenge for us. I'm going to round up with my vision, and I shared this with Lagos State. And as I was preparing for this, I thought, no, why should it be a Lagos State vision? Why shouldn't it be a Nigeria-wide vision? And I'd like Bridge to consider adopting this mantra for the next 10 years, because I believe we are at a critical juncture in our country. Many of you have been reading and watching what has been happening over the last few weeks. And our young people, more than ever before, have been very, very disillusioned about the future of this country. I'm being honest that I've gotten calls and messages from people, unusual suspects, saying, Ndidi, what are we doing about Nigeria? What are we doing about Nigeria? And I think we owe it to them as leaders and people who have a voice to start transforming our ecosystem. So the vision I've set is that by 2020, Nigeria will have the lowest unemployment rate in Africa. Its vibrant workforce will drive economic growth, given the high levels of productivity, ownership, and digital skills. All of our youth will be equipped to drive the fourth industrial revolution and recognized across Africa for their award-winning innovations and entrepreneurial energy. Now, today, we have one of the highest unemployment rates in Africa. We don't know what it is, but Nigerian Bureau of Statistics will tell us that an unemployment rate is 20 to 30%. When I've done the study myself, unemployment was about 54% for young people. Underemployment, closer to 90%. Now, if we want to have one of the lowest unemployment rates, we're competing with Morocco, we're competing with Botswana, we're competing with Rwanda, who have closer to the 20s or even the 10%. What will it take for us to achieve this unemployment rate? It will take critical roles from families, communities, private sector organizations, development partners, state governments, and federal governments, all working in tandem. Now, I have very, very practical recommendations as I round up. The first is that we have to set out an all-encompassing vision that underscores multi-sectoral partnerships. And what do I mean? It's not just the job for Bridge. It's not just the job for the Ministry of Education. It requires a collaboration, Ministry of Agriculture, Trade and Investment, Youth and Sports, ICT, all of our ministries working together to understand what it will take to ensure transformation and agility. We need to revamp early childhood education. Nigeria has not focused on this. And that means that every market should have an early childhood education center. Every faith-based organization should have an early childhood educational center. I gave a TED talk many, many years ago, and I talked about the wasted assets of our churches and mosques. From Monday to Friday, they're empty. There's no reason for that. And in every village, start in Akwa Ibom, every village there's a church. Every village there's a church. Transform these churches into early childhood education centers. Let the mamas and retired people volunteer to help our children. We need to equip them from when they are 2 years old, or even when they are 6 months old, to read, to have life and leadership skills. Let's transform our primary and secondary school vocational education to equip young people with life and leadership skills, leveraging innovation and technology. Let's leverage radio. Let's leverage the tools like never before. Let's create community centers in every single local government where our young people who don't have access to technology tools and data can sit and learn. Now, we need to invest in growth sectors, technology, our food ecosystem, our educational and health sectors. We need to invest in adult literacy. And I want to just dwell on this a little because many of you are sitting in Akwa Ibom State. I know this is not focused on Akwa Ibom, but LEAP has worked in Akwa Ibom State now for over 10 years. And when we ask our young people, what do they want to be when they grow up? They tell us they want to be a house help. And you might think this is very strange, right? This is a dream, an aspiration. Now, there's nothing wrong with being a house help, but let's make it a profession. In Kenya, they've made it a profession. In the Philippines, they've made it a profession where you're trained, where you have skills, where you're respected, where you can earn a livable wage, and where you can make it a lifelong career. I mean, in the UK, nannies are a respected profession. Domestic housekeepers are a respected profession, but there's a skills training that goes with it. My brothers and sisters, let us invest in our vocational training and elevate the status of what our people dream about and what their aspirations are about. I think every church should have an adult literacy program, because many of our people, 50% of our people, cannot read and write. This is the basic foundation of where people evolve. Let's invest in our SMEs through catalytic financing, business development support, and ecosystem support. And let's hold every single stakeholder accountable to deliver results. I've thrown out a 2030 agenda. That's 10 years. Time is against us. But what are some key values we need for this? We need equity, which means equal access, regardless of gender, ethnicity, economic status, and religion. Everybody should have access to this, to the best education possible that we're offering. Collaborations, we need accountability and transparency, and we need a learning culture. I'm in legacy mode, like many of you listening, and I know that His Excellency Lily Moke is in legacy mode. That's why he set up Bridge, right? Because we are about leaving a legacy for our children and grandchildren. They will hold us accountable for what we did or did not do to improve Nigeria, to elevate our people. And we don't have much time. And this is a quote that really empowers and propels me. And it's not my quote. It was a young African speaking to a president. And he said, this generation is no longer asking God to grant us the serenity to accept the things we cannot change. We're asking the Almighty to grant us the courage and wisdom to change the things we cannot accept. I cannot accept that Nigeria is a failed state. I cannot accept that we are considered the poverty capital of the world. I cannot accept that our children cannot grow up to achieve their highest potential. I cannot. And my prayer is that God will grant all of us collectively the wisdom and the courage to change the things we cannot accept, starting with our sphere of influence, our families, our communities, our states, and our country. And I'm excited to see what we will achieve today, building on the great work that this foundation is doing to transform the society we live in. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
I'm not standing, but it's a standing ovation. Thank you very, very much. It's a lot to unpack from this one. In the same word, I shouldn't actually be asking any question because it feels like it's everything. You said you're writing, you're about to release a book, but it looks like there should be 2 books because this is so rich. If you're watching anywhere, you can ask questions on the Slido platform. On the Slido platform using the hashtag TBLF. It's right there on the live web page of Business Day. If you're watching, a lot has been said by Ndidi, but one of the things that caught my attention that maybe also sounds counterintuitive was when she spoke about how the Philippines especially has created value around what it means to be a caregiver, and how nannies in the UK are deriving a lot of value. Back home in Nigeria, you could hire 2 or 3, you could hire 1 nanny per child. Here in the UK, even if you have all the resources, you have to think more than twice about that. My question is, amongst other things, one of the other things you also said at the beginning was that COVID-19 has fast-tracked us into the 4th industrial revolution. It has literally forced our hands. A lot of people, so I wrote a book around the essence of virtual spaces and digitization, and people were asking me if I was a prophet. I'm like, well, I'm not a prophet. What COVID-19 has done is basically shorten the time that we would have needed to get to that space. But we have 2 major challenges amongst all the other challenges that you already highlighted. We don't have power in terms of electricity, and we don't have internet in many cases. We don't have fast internet in other cases. How can we leapfrog these immediate challenges in the midst of where we find ourselves, where we can't hide? We have to play in the 4th industrial revolution. How do we find a way to get ahead of the inadequacy of power with respect to electricity now and access with respect to the internet?
Thank you so much. And thank you for your good work and the tremendous thought leadership you continue to provide.
Thank you.
In terms of the technology and energy, those are real barriers and real challenges. But the great thing is that there are tremendous innovations that have emerged over the last few years, leveraging solar, leveraging a lot of other sources of technology and sources of energy. I sit on the board of Rockefeller Foundation, and Rockefeller Foundation is focused on ending energy poverty. And they've created these PPPs and building just energy hubs in communities that providing affordable energy. And we saw that, in fact, one of their technologies has been deployed in some of our testing centers in Ogun State, leveraging solar, where we're now powering testing centers 24 hours a day, leveraging solar. So my inclination is that we need government policy, not just to reduce the cost and the burden of that a lot of these energy providers face, but also to create an incentive for more players to enter the space. And that's why deregulation is such a powerful tool, and where there's a level playing field for providers. Because if you create that, Nigerians will pay for energy. Nigerians value energy and they will pay for it. In terms of the cost of data, I also think there's a policy role there, because data in Nigeria is still too expensive. And we have to create incentives, but also sometimes force the hand of the players in this sector to think through how they can grow the pie while accepting fewer profits. So it's a win-win for all, right? If you can increase the number of people you serve, then you can reduce your costs. They complain that infrastructure costs are too expensive, and that's why I think it's PPPs are the critical. We need private sector partnerships and public sector partnerships. But there are lots of entrepreneurs who have come in with innovative solutions, both for data and energy. And I'm excited, especially about what our young people are doing, but they need help to scale. That's what I focused in my first book, Social Innovation in Africa. We all have great innovations, but they need to scale. The government needs to stop competing with these entrepreneurs and, in fact, empower them and enable them to scale.
Thank you very much. I have a question from the audience. More Nigerian youths are in the informal sector. How really do we formalize the sectors that you already spoke about?
So I think the biggest challenge for us is how do we create incentives for entrepreneurs to move from the informal sector to the formal sector? If you meet the average entrepreneur who is in the informal sector, they say, I don't want to be taxed. I don't want government authorities knocking down my door. And that's why I said right now, every entrepreneur has to get involved in shaping policy, because it's still not an enabling environment. We still have too many government agencies trying to overtax those who are credible organizations. So we need streamlining of taxation. We need even tax holidays for SMEs. And I know that came out recently, but it hasn't been enforced. And we need support structures so that it's easy for an entrepreneur to see the benefit of becoming a formal business. The minute you register your business, they're on top of you. FIRS is on top of you. At least 10 other agents. In fact, we counted about 13 agencies who are on top of you to pay. And that is unacceptable. And no other country has that for SMEs, because you need them to enter the sector. I'm trying to create incentives for them in the food and agriculture sector by providing funding, by providing training if you're formal, but we also need the public sector to do its part.
I think the challenge from that comes from how Nigeria has depended on petrol, and all it does is go to these oil companies to collect money. And now they think that every industry is built like that. Exactly. I have another question from the audience. So government recently created a 75 billion naira loan scheme for young people. Is this another giveaway, or should we have more of these schemes to empower young people?
The good thing about Nigerian youth is that they don't need handouts. Nigerian youth are entrepreneurial, they're hardworking, they're driven, they're motivated. The vast majority of our young people. What they need is support. And I would say I would even give interest-free loans before I give grants to the young people, right? I'd give interest-free loans. Naira-denominated interest-free loans. Please don't give them interest-free loans denominated in dollars. That's counterintuitive given the devaluation. But they will pay back if they have a credible business idea and they have an ecosystem that supports them. And my experience with young people, and I tell you, I've been working with young people from my Faith Foundation days, which is over 20 years. Nigerian youth are exceptional when given the right support structures, the right accountability matrix, and when you mentor them and hold their hands through the process. So many of our government schemes, unfortunately, end up in the wrong hands because the transparency, accountability, and systems and structures by which they're designed are flawed. But I won't say all of them are, and I haven't looked into this particular one in detail. What I would advocate, though, governments, instead of giving out money directly, partner with NGOs that are credible, that already work with these young people. We have so many. We have Faith Foundation, we have Leap Africa, we have Bridge. We have trained young people. We can tell you who we can trust, who are credible. And every city in Nigeria can give you at least one credible nonprofit or faith-based organization that has a youth program. It's cheaper to work through them. You can reach grassroots more effectively and you can touch lives more effectively. Don't reinvent the wheel. I see government reinventing the wheel with every single scheme, and it breaks my heart because it's such a costly proposition and oftentimes difficult to measure impact.
Thank you very much indeed. This has been very enlightening. If I had my way, and I think the foundation and the founder should think about it, to put this video into a format that you can email to the governors and all the other public servants across the country. This has been really, really rich. Thank you. God bless you. If we were in a normal, we would be having a real standing ovation right now. But in the absence of that, I would be giving it myself. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, JJ, and thanks everyone. God bless you all.
Can everyone turn on their video? We're going to take a family photograph now. Thank you. And also look into the screen, your best face, your Christmas face. Thank you very much. You can take it away from me now.
Our journey of impact began in 2011, grooming and inspiring young people to fulfill their dreams and reach their greatest potential. It has been 9 years of impact.
My first encounter with the Bridge Leadership Foundation activity was in the year 2017, the Leadership and Community Development Program, and that was my first time attending a program of that nature.
My first encounter with the Bridge Leadership Foundation was in 2011, and that was the very first career day. I attended that program, and I want to say that after that program, my perspective and the way I think changed completely.
My first encounter with the foundation's activity was in 2014 when I got a scholarship to attend the graduate employability training. Though as a student, it was really amazing.
I had recently returned from my national service to Calabar from Ekiti State. I was young and also very confused. I did not know what the next step of my life would look like. But I remember walking down the streets of Calabar Road and seeing a very big billboard written on it, "The Crisis of Leadership." That was my very first experience with the Bridge Leadership Foundation.
My first encounter was in 2012. I walked into a cyber cafe and I observed that more than one person had the same printed document that had a clear and distinct heading, started with the bridge. As soon as I sat down, the first thing I searched for was the bridge. I eventually found the foundation. I became a member, and I can tell you that my curiosity paid off.
Sometime in 2013, a friend of mine told me about a very great seminar he attended, and he said it was organized by TBLF, and I'm like, what's TBLF? And then a couple of months after, the training was coming up again, and he said he got to sign up for this. So I went for the training and I really enjoyed it.
And when we arrived at the training ground, everything was organized, everything was so organized, and I was like, wow, what's going to happen here? So the officials were so social to us that we could interact with them freely without any kind of fear. We interacted with them freely. And
my first impression about the organization was the time management. I mean, it was a week-long activity, and the first day, we were told the program is to start at 7 a.m. And at 7 a.m., we started. I was amazed, really. So there's an organization that can really start exact time they slated to start an activity.
The Bridge Leadership Foundation is committed to building generations of young people to become compassionate, entrepreneurial, and active citizens, taking responsibility for their own lives by making a difference in the world. Our programs have helped us achieve that.
The program that has impacted my life the most has been the TBLF mentoring program. Through this program, Senator Leah Limoki and myself have developed a very strong mentor-mentee relationship. This has very easily been one of the best things to happen to me.
So I've been impacted in various ways by TBLF's programs. The first is the GET, which I made my entry knowing the foundation's programs, and there was also the volunteering where we were able to go and reach out to communities, reach out to people and be part of what the Bridge was doing.
Program organized by the foundation that impacted my life first is the graduate employability training in 2011, and in 2012 the structured mentoring program.
Actually, I'll start by the LCD program, the Leadership and Community Development Program, because that was my first encounter with the Bridge Leadership Foundation. That program changed my life, as I earlier said. It made me aspire to be great. It made me feel like there's nothing impossible. It made me feel like I can be a leader. After that program, I started living my life as a leader. I started living my life, and I started living an exemplary life where people can copy from me. And almost all the programs by the Bridge Leadership Foundation has impacted my life.
The GT program, it's like one of the outstanding program of the Bridge Leadership Foundation, and I hope they're not going to stop that. They're going to continue.
The 2013 Career Day and the Graduate Employability Training shaped the way I think and also prepared me for where I am today.
Career Day, grooming enterprise leaders, leadership community development, etc. 5 yearly programs, 54,000 directly impacted persons, 161 students supported with scholarships, 451 volunteers and mentors, and 213 communities reached.
And I feel that community engagement is a crucial part of what we need to do in the not-for-profit space, getting people in the community, people that have gone through the process, getting them involved in what the foundation is doing.
Every action we take impacts the lives of others around us. Author Kamasi.
TBLF has sort of been the gateway towards achieving my success. Before 2012, before I joined the foundation, I was at a point in my life where I wasn't sure what the next step would be towards my success. But with the help of my mentor, I was able to articulate my short, medium, and long-term goals, and even came up with plans A, B, and C towards achieving this. And over the years I spent with my mentor, I developed the necessary skills and tenacity towards achieving these goals.
TBLF provided and prepared me for the future ahead. I was connected with people who have been instrumental to my career growth.
During the GET training, we'll have to come to the venue, Monty Suits, as early as 6 a.m. And sometimes we'll finish from that training as late as 8 p.m., 9 p.m. with group assignments that we'll have to submit the next morning at 7 a.m. So it was not an easy task. It was really, really hectic, but it was worth it.
I actually had a lot of things about me that changed after participating in the GET.
I think before then, I never had an opportunity to attend such training. For me, I really, really loved the training. And then everybody came with a lot of expectations.
Coming back, I was more deliberate about my life. It's a difference between just existing and living and affecting the environment. I was more concerned about how I can change my environment. What can I do differently? Because it's not really about running your own life. You have a part to play in the overall picture in the society.
Yes, I was a student, and the expectation I had during the program was basically, okay, I think they want to teach me what to do after university, after school. So when I came to the program, yes, I had expectations, but they exceeded my expectations. I got to learn more about a lot of things I got to learn that beyond being employed, beyond just having a business, there are many other opportunities for young persons.
Grooming enterprise leaders is designed to build the capacity of young people in employment, entrepreneurship, and social change with the requisite know-how needed to engage, compete, and lead a meaningful future for themselves and their communities. 461 youths have been trained on employability and entrepreneurship skills for work readiness and job creation. 13% of our beneficiaries went ahead to secure employment opportunities and start businesses.
My experience at TBLF has actually helped me to be able to plan how to run an organization, how to fit into an organization. So
my first ever business that I registered with the CAC was as a result of the mentoring program. After that, I went ahead engaging in different business activities. I started with the laundry services. After registering with the CAC, I set up my own laundry shop, and gradually it was as if it wasn't working, but I never gave up. Today I want to say that in my laundry services, I have 4 youths working under me, and I believe it's a big success story.
So I'm engaged in making art and getting it to be seen by an international audience. People all over the world can get to see what I do. And also, there's a program we call Arts in Medicine.
I am currently working with a cement manufacturing company in Africa as a community relations manager.
In terms of education, in 2016, I obtained an MBA from 2 of the very best business schools in Spain and Canada. Professionally, I am currently developing my career in the North American financial industry.
After my graduation with a master's degree in organizational leadership from one of the best universities in the United States of America, today I work with an organization that serves children and youth in some of the world's under-resourced communities.
I'm in SS3 in Ogoja, Government Secondary School Ishibori in Ogoja. But due to the pandemic, all of us were at home now. There's a lockdown, so we can't go to school, we can't gather. But the foundation have sent me some courses which I'm taking while at home, and it has really been helpful to me. Like, I'm taking a course now on artificial intelligence and creating chatbots, and they do give us assignments. And when they give us these assignments, we work on them, and I do my assignments well, and it has really been great. It has really been impactful and helpful. It's like a stepping stone for my career, which is to become a mechatronic engineer or a robotic engineer.
The Bridge Awards is an event of the foundation that identifies, supports, and celebrates young people who are program beneficiaries and contributors in our mission of raising generations of transformational leaders while increasing awareness on the challenges and provide solutions to be engaged to improve opportunities for young people.
Young people across the world, we've got to realize that this time is all that we have. Youth is a fleeting moment. Before you know it, you are in your middle age, and then you have responsibilities. People expect so much from you. I think that youth should tend to sit back and take in from the environment and learn.
We don't have to be afraid of our stress. We don't have to feel bad about passing through stress, because it's actually what helps us to realize our ability, help us to realize what we can do. We can do all things so far as we set our heart to do it. Let's not focus our mind on the stress, but on the goal. We have potential. Like I earlier said, potentials are sleeping greatness, and we have to wake them up. And how can we wake this potential up? By being mad, as I earlier said. Being mad is by making a difference. So how can you make this difference? It's your zeal. So when you have zeal towards what you're doing, when you have zeal towards what you're doing, you don't feel bad, you don't feel the pain. All you focus on is on the joy, you focus on your achievement, on what you're doing.
And above all, one of the fastest ways to grow is volunteering. Get involved in volunteering. I know so many people that are where they are today because of what? Volunteering. And like I said earlier, that is one passion that I'm not ready to give up for anything.
Your background doesn't determine your future. you know what you want. Go for what you want. Do not look at what other people have. Do not look at what other people are doing. Ask yourself every day, what can I do to improve?
Prioritize experience over money. Be kind to yourself. Stay humble. Stay teachable. Remember, the future lies in your hands.
As young people, there are several challenges we face on a daily basis. But also, there are countless opportunities all around us, if you look. But I believe that with some dedication on your part and with support from organizations like TBLF, we can all achieve our dreams and maybe even change the world for the better. I am a testimony to this.
My name is Timothy Undiandeye. I'm from Cross River State, Nigeria. I studied medical physiology.
My name is Andrew. I'm a medical laboratory scientist and a successful entrepreneur, and I'm from Edo State.
My name is Brenda Ifeum. I'm a beneficiary of the Bridge Leadership Foundation's Graduate Employability Training.
My name is Owen Bright Obange. I am a beneficiary of the Bridge Leadership Foundation 2017 LCG program.
My name is Gifty. TBLF means so much to me.
My name is Nyafionko, and I'm a beneficiary of the mentoring program from the Bridge Leadership Foundation.
You have the power to change your world and reach your greatest potential.
Thank you, the Bridge Leadership Foundation.
Welcome back from the introduction. So we are up next for our session with the panelists. We have three great panelists in our midst, young people doing extraordinary things all around the world. We have Hamzat Lawal, already introduced via the video. We have Nadia Musaji and Yomi Williams. We're going to spend the next 40 minutes or thereabouts listening to them, getting insights from them, having them nuance some of the challenges and opportunities available in the so-called new normal. Don't forget to ask your questions using the Slido platform. Use hashtag TBLF on the Business Day Slido platform. And for those of you that are lucky enough, would be able to ask those questions directly. Otherwise, we'll throw it to some of the panelists on their social media platforms. Why not? The conversation never ends. It always continues, at least on social media. So on that note, I'd like to invite Hamzat Lawal, Nadia Musaji, and Yomi Williams to the panel. Welcome back from the introduction. My name remains JJ Omojua. It's been an amazing session so far. We've had Ndidi, we've had the founder, we've had leaders of the foundation speak. Right now, we're going to the panelists, to the panel session. We have three panelists: Hamzat Lawal, who already got introduced, Nadia Musagi, who also got introduced, and Yomi Williams. They will help us understand the issues better, nuance the conversation, also show us where the gaps are and what we should be paying attention to as we look to navigate this so-called new normal that has been unleashed on everyone by the outcomes and realities of the COVID-19. Thank you. Hamzat Lawal, Nadia Musaji, and Yomi Williams, welcome to the panel.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Happy to be here.
Thank you for joining us. So I'd like maybe I'll start with Nadia. Yeah, I like to go ladies first, actually. It has nothing to do with anything. It's just easier for me.
Thank you.
I like to start with Nadia. You know, spending maybe 5 minutes, what do you think when you see this situation? What comes to mind for you, for government, and for young people all around the world?
Oh, fantastic. And thank you so much. It's such an absolute honor and privilege to virtually connect with everybody online. And so I'm based out in South Africa, but we work across the continent. So I have a privilege of being to Nigeria a couple of times. And, you know, I would say that about 8 months ago, or even less, actually, 7 months ago, we all woke up to a world that was really different. And, you know, the work that we've done before with the World Economic Forum said that, you know, the jobs of the future haven't yet been invented. The job that my son, who is 3 years old, will do doesn't exist. The truth is that currently there are a whole lot of new jobs that did not exist 8 months ago. And what for me has been really amazing to see is the resilience, but also the opportunities that COVID has brought. It's brought some terrible things, and it's destroyed a lot in its wake. But it's also provided an opportunity. And I think it's Winston Churchill who said, never waste a good crisis, right? And so if I think just about things that haven't been there 8 months ago, but currently are now, so things around contact tracing, a whole lot of jobs in the health and safety environment that wasn't there before. Everybody's now obsessed with hand sanitizers, face masks, face shields. And what I'm loving to see from the creative industry, because often, you know, the conversation, and I'm an engineer by background, so, you know, I love the conversations around how, tech is enabling things like digital learning, opportunity, you know, shopping online, getting goods and services together, getting people together, getting community together in a virtual setting. But what, you know, often we don't see the creatives. And what I'm loving and right now is seeing how the creatives are really making sure that they're not left behind in this process. I've seen some of the most amazing, glamorous face masks come out. I've seen some redesign and rethinking around face masks and protective equipment. So, you know, if you are there at the forefront and you can see the opportunity and you can spot it, the ease of getting into an opportunity right now is really low. And the reason being is that, you know, the crisis, you know, before when we faced pandemics on our continent, it was, you know, either in West Africa with Ebola or it was, you know, somewhere else with malaria. And it was very geolocated, and people didn't really care unless you were in it at that point in time in that country. Whereas now everybody's facing it around the world. And so what we're seeing now is actually a global market for opportunity to be able to get your goods and services out. And for me, that's really inspiring. And then also for our young people, and I mean, while there are challenges around access to equal opportunity right now, for kids who always wanted to dream of going to an Ivy League university, but never had the funding to be able to do so, all these Ivy League universities, you can do now from your own home. Right. And so the barriers to entry to actually get great education, great opportunities is reduced significantly. And so for me, I think for now, as young people, we really do need to become opportunists to really leverage the crisis and then become a sponge and learn new things to be able to future-proof ourselves and COVID-proof ourselves in this new economic normal.
Thank you very much, Nadia. Thank you very, very much. I completely agree with you. If you take away the unwholesome outcomes of COVID-19, say the deaths and the illnesses and all of that, I see a lot of beautiful things because of COVID-19, and we should definitely never waste this crisis. Yomi Williams, I'd like to hear from your perspective with respect to what you're doing, what you're seeing, what you think we should be paying attention to. 5 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So I operate in the agricultural sector, and I'll say more of the new agricultural sector, which is the agtech sector. So with the whole, with the emergence of COVID-19, what we've seen is a complete change from the norm to something completely new. So with regards to supply, production, distribution, and processing, where the whole value chain has been affected, and not just in Nigeria, but on all around the world. But I feel that if you take away the negative aspects or the negative impacts of COVID-19, it's presented more opportunities for us in Africa. And these opportunities have been built on the deficiencies of our environment. Let me expand here. What I mean by that is, if you look at the United States, for example, now, you have a lot of farmers going out of business and going bankrupt. And that's because their value chain systems are more developed, where farmers grow for processors. And if the processors are out of, their factories aren't open, then the farmers have nowhere to sell their products to. So Nigeria, or Africa in general, being more underdeveloped, it's given us an opportunity to actually retune and redefine our market and our sectors, and created more opportunities in terms of looking inwards. And rather than being more import orientated, we can now look inwards and be more domestic and see how we can produce more of what we need in-house as opposed to importing into the country. And if you look at a lot of processing companies in Nigeria, they've been affected by COVID through supply chain disruptions. So I know for a fact now that a lot of them are trying to see how they can produce locally, which will provide more jobs for local farmers, see how they can train more local farmers to improve quality and give them the kind of specifications of goods that they actually need. So for me, I think also it's given us another opportunity to develop our tech sector with regards to the agricultural sector, where we can set up more online retail stores, online distribution platforms, more e-learning platforms with regards to agriculture. And so in a nutshell, that's what I see as how COVID-19 has affected our sector.
Thank you very much, Yomi, for that perspective. The topic of this panel could not be more intuitive. It's a new decade, as everyone knows. 2020 is the beginning of a new decade. Some people think that it's going to be 2021. Well, in my opinion, they're going to be 1 year late. COVID-19 is forcing on us a new economy. There was always going to be a new economy, like Ndidi was saying, with respect to the fourth industrial revolution. COVID-19 is fast-tracking us into the future in such a very, very, very fast way. And then, of course, we need new solutions. So we're talking new decade, new economy, new solutions.
And on that note, I'll go to Hamza, who's done a lot of extraordinary work following the money, not just in Nigeria, but also across the continent, because I've been opportunity to be on platforms where Hamza has been offering support and advice to other organizations on the continent in terms of following the money and helping public institutions accounts to the people. So Hamza, what should we be paying attention to in this new decade, new economy? What kind of new solutions should we be looking for and looking at?
Well, thank you, Omojua, for that introduction and for your kindness always. First, we should look at politics. You see, I think I've learned a fair share of my lessons following the money for the past 9 years and being in the civic space for about 18 years. Yes, I'm sure you'll be very shocked because I still look very young and I'm small, but we need to pay very close attention to politics. And in paying attention to politics, one area is to look at public policy. In terms of open data. But when we also look at open data, we need to look at procurement data and expenditure data. And if we can do this and harness it to open data, we can then start building public trust. Because right now, there is absence of public trust, both within citizens and between government and citizen. And just to put this into proper perspective, when we had the index case around February in Nigeria, we had the organized private sector under COVID turning out billions. We just, at that time, a lot of people said the Billionaires Club are donating, to tackle the pandemic. And so far, over 30.1 billion have been generated by COVID, which is currently co-chaired by the CBN governor and Alhaji Aliko Dangote. But from the part of federal government, what has happened? So the CBN has released 1 trillion naira called under the stimulus package. The federal government has asked the National Assembly for approval of 500 billion for intervention. Of course, the federal government have also withdrawn 150 million from our sovereign national fund and have borrowed $6.9 billion from IMF as a loan to cushion the effect of COVID-19. And so follow the money before now, we've invested in infrastructure because for us, our biggest assets are always people. So for the past 8 years, we've built the capacity of over 6,000 young people using technology to coordinate our effort and also share information using data and accountability mechanism. And when we had COVID-19, it was easy for Follow the Money to continue her campaign, working remotely, aggregating data, using tech tools to collect data and leveraging on Freedom of Information Act to ask government to write FY requests to government and get data. But government itself have not been able to provide information to citizens. So imagine the amount of resources that I've just done out that government have access to. And still there's lack of clear commitment, there's lack of clear information, even from the part of government on what they're doing and how this is impacting citizens at the time of COVID-19. And when I talk about infrastructure, I'm talking about simple access. So let's also look at internet access. Yes, in Nigeria, every household have mobile phone, but not every household is connected to the internet. Of course, internet in this part of the world is very expensive and relatively slow. And a lot of us who try to even get stable internet have to pay so much money for it. Now, we're talking about value for money and value for our time. Government right now is seeing COVID-19 as an opportunity to increase tax. A lot of other countries around the world, and if you look at data, they're cutting down on tax and they're supporting citizens. And what you are just before we came on air, we're doing that, we're having that debate around NIPOST, NITEL. Government is now because now they're saying that there's a lot of opportunities in the logistics industry. Instead of them to look at how they can make it more competitive and allow for entrepreneurs to flourish, now they want to clamp down on entrepreneurs, kill businesses, and make a lot of money that they would not account for. So for me, what is key and the opportunities I see, and yes, I'm in a third sector, but in this part of the world, politics define everything. And if you don't get interested in politics, it tells that you're not even interested in this decade because this decade will be shaped with politics. So yes, I'm a United Nations ambassador for SDGs. And, we didn't even see COVID-19 coming. We've done out campaign earlier this year, when East Africa with Madam Ngozi Nkojo-Iweala and 9 other experts to lead a global campaign around poverty. But really, if you want to end poverty and you really want to ensure that you provide service delivery, you understand how resources are being put to good use in the country and across the continent, you better start taking politics very seriously, because politics will tell you if you live or die. Politics will tell you if you get a job. Politics will also define how much wage or how much you're being taxed or how much salary you take back home. So to me, it's politics, public policy, open data, procurement, and expenditure.
Thank you very much, Hamza. I completely agree. Everything rises and falls on leadership, but leadership without politics, how do you even begin to have that conversation? And the beauty of technology is why we can be on this panel and at the same time be having conversations with respect to the pressing issues on social media. So with respect to the NIPOST issue, I can say that the Minister of the Digital Economy has said that that was not the agreement, so which means that that's very, very bad idea from NIPOST definitely is not going to see the light of day. And that also speaks to the power of citizens, our ability to speak in one voice and actually get what we want without necessarily even having to physically go out there to protest. The online protest, the virtual protest has literally done the job. Nadia, I'll come back to you. At the moment, as at the last count, Nigeria will reach, based on yesterday's numbers, Nigeria will reach 40,000 COVID-19 cases later tonight when they announce it, when the NCDC announces it. South Africa has crossed 422,000 cases. Thankfully, about 240,000 or so people have recovered from that, just over 6,000 deaths. These are real pressing issues that we cannot discount and we cannot ignore. But in the midst of all of these semi-tragic situations, what are the immediate channels available for a young person on one side to begin to explore the opportunities in this new decade, to begin to look at what the new economy is actually, the questions the new economy is asking and the kind of answers that they should be looking to provide, speaking about new solutions? If you cannot speak to the side of government, maybe to speak to the side of a private individual. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much. And if I think about my country, and it makes me really sad to see those numbers. There was a running joke because South Africa was part of the BRICS nations: the Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. And if you look at the highest COVID cases right now in the world, except for the US, it's BRICS, right? So they say, well, actually, maybe we don't want to be part of BRICS anymore. It's not a good thing. I think the problem, not just in South Africa, but across our continent, is the issue of corruption that has really eroded public services, infrastructure, and trust. And Hamzat, I feel your passion when you speak about politics and politicians who've really just wasted and squandered an opportunity. And I think in South Africa, part of our challenge has been that the excessive wastage of public funds, and that really does erode the opportunity to actually get the job done. And for young people especially, it becomes actually quite jarring. Before in the world, we would see, and in South Africa, we have the lowest rates of entrepreneurship across the continent because jobs in government are so lucrative, right? And that's very counterintuitive to what the rest of the continent actually looks like. But for young people, what I see, and we work with a lot of young people, we work with a lot of young entrepreneurs, and we work with a lot of women around the continent. And where I really do see the opportunity is in a few areas, right? So a few areas is looking at women as an economic opportunity. So if you look at a household purchasing power, 80% of the decisions on what you're going to buy in your household are made by women, right? And so as I'm a big advocate, and we're doing a lot of work around how do we empower more female founders across the continent? How do we get them access to opportunity and funding? Right, because there's a whole conversation that needs to be happening around funding for female founders specifically, but founders in general on the continent, right? And so really for me, that's an opportunity to be able to say, what is it that we uniquely need and how is it that we can provide that opportunity? Using social media and social networks has been incredible. I said, I'm too old to get into that kind of TikTok generation now. Everybody's kind of doing a funny video. I'm not on TikTok because I don't know how to use it. I'm going to say that up front. I'm in tech, but don't ask me to do TikTok. But I've seen how young people have galvanized support for an idea, for a business, that has really leapfrogged some of the traditional means that we would have normally used, the traditional channels. And they've gone on to be very successful. And I'm not talking about these influencers who take pictures eating food and behind fake cars and stuff like that. No, I'm talking about real entrepreneurs online who have created real value and products for their customers. And in COVID-19 and beyond, if you're not customer-centric as a company, you're not going to survive, right? Because your competition is not just local, your competition is global, right? And so if you think about yourself as somebody who's sitting in Ogun State in Nigeria, and you've got a brilliant business idea, you are able to really use globally social networks to be able to leverage opportunity in your product and meet markets that would have never been available to you before, right? And so for me, I think about how is it that we can get our young people to think locally, right? So you act locally, but you base locally, but you actually have a global perspective around opportunities that exist. And from us on the continent, and I've pushed a lot of specifically Western thinking about, how do you actually think about a crisis and responding to medical crisis specifically. And if I think about Nigeria and how successful Nigeria was in eradicating Ebola in a very short period of time when the whole world was saying, oh my goodness, the minute Ebola gets to Nigeria, it's over, right? And that didn't happen. In fact, the opposite happened. And I think we really need to put our trust in our own expertise on the ground here to be able to eradicate infectious diseases, because we're actually brilliant at it, right? If I think about what has happened in Liberia, in Sierra Leone, in Nigeria. And so really, how is it that we can make sure that our indigenous knowledge and experts get elevated and inspire this younger generation? And I think about, I want to see more Andellas on this continent. I want to see more flutter waves. I want to see more of our local engineers and our local companies being able to compete globally. And I think the opportunity really is there for young people, just because never before have we been so connected. And I'll give you very quickly one really silly example that comes from the US, right? Because we always look to the US. And right now, that's not a great place to look at, because you know what's happening in terms of their COVID numbers. But in politics, and to speak to Hamza's piece, with this whole Trump campaign, and how a whole lot of young people with TikTok and social media basically trolled Trump at a campaign rally. So they all bought his tickets, and he thought, he went onto social media saying he's so wonderful, so many people are coming to his rally, right? Meanwhile, it was young people who were trolling him, right? And just to think about how many young people it took to galvanize that kind of support all around the world. And I just think, you know what, I'm ready to retire because these young people have got it down. And when I travel when I'm in Nigeria or Ghana, when I'm in, East Africa, or even in South Africa, and I see some of the ingenuity of our young people, despite the challenges of corrupt governments and lack of opportunity and funding, they truly hustle in a way that we probably can never imagine. And that gives me hope.
Thank you, Nadia. I love you ending on that note, because for me, success is in spite of the institutions and the platforms and the governments that we primarily have across the continent. And I also agree with you that we need more funding for female founders. And beyond that, and that's not just a South African problem, it looks like it's an African problem. When you look at representation in terms of people that are accessing funding, they are primarily male. And then when you look at a place like Kenya, I saw that recently, and virtually all the beneficiaries were white people. I guess that's another conversation entirely. So Yomi, right now on the continent, we have unemployment issues, we have underemployment issues, we have unemployability issues, we have climate change issues, we have fiscal issues, we have political issues, we have, I'm not going to bombard you with all these issues, right? But when we speak about this new decade and new economy and new solutions, what in your opinion are the things we should be looking at in terms of scaling? Because I, for instance, would think that agriculture without functional mechanization is a no-no in this decade, but you would know better, so I'd like to hear from you.
Okay, so with regards to adapting to our new situation, I think two things, technology and collaboration. I'll start with technology. So looking at agriculture in, let me use Nigeria as an example. Agriculture is more based, what I found is a lot of people would say, oh, I have 100 hectares. I have 200 hectares, as an example. So my next question would be, what is your productivity per square meter on your 100 hectares? And this is one of the things that I'm advocating for in Nigeria and in Africa as a whole, which is productivity is not about the amount of land you're producing on. It's about your yield. What kind of yield are you getting per square meter? Now, if you look at all the problems that we have in Nigeria, which is lack of education is such a big problem, which is a big hindrance that I've personally had to deal with in growing our business, in the sense that a lot of education is more theoretical as opposed to practical. Now, to curb this problem, we use a lot of tech. So our farms are more smart farms, and we spent a lot of time doing a lot of R&D, testing out foreign technologies and seeing how we can apply the most cost-effective technologies to our Africa situation, meaning technologies that help us fight climate change, help us increase our productivity, and help us put our workforce. Have a higher proportion of workforce that are uneducated and a lower proportion of educated workforce. And this includes graduates. Like I've dealt with a lot of graduates that it's sad to say that they're graduates, which is just another discussion on how our educational system in Nigeria has just decayed. So what you find is you have to train people all over again. It makes things more difficult. So what I've done and what I advocate for is we use a lot of technology for more higher, for roles to curb and to solve issues with roles where we need people with a higher level of training and intelligence. And for now, we employ a lot more people with on the menial side of things, which is more of your normal workforce and things like that. So that's on one angle. Now, in terms of collaboration, in order to survive COVID, companies need to come together. So an example of that is you have a lot of brands that in my sector that are having supply chain issues, getting their raw materials that they need to make their products. So what we started doing is we've come together with these brands. We're setting up farms for these brands. We're growing privately for these brands. So they don't have any issues with break in supply. So they know that they can always get the products that they need in order to service their clientele. And a lot of these brands also have had to remodel their operations. So a lot of restaurants, a lot of food companies, they've gone digital, but not just going digital, because a lot of people are at home. There are a lot of things that a lot of people can do for themselves at home with regards to food. So everyone's had to think outside the box and create sort of new products, like ready-to-make products, things that add value to the consumer. And we as the producers, we're trying to see how we can add value to those people so they can create new products and add value to their own consumers. And also with regards to, let's say, large processors also, we were looking at, okay, how can we collaborate with them? How can we engage local farmers to produce things on a large scale to ensure consistency, ensure that the kind of quality that they need, so they don't have to import a lot of their raw materials into Nigeria. Because what we have in the agricultural space now, and which would surprise a lot of people, a lot of the restaurants, a lot of the processors, they import their raw materials, which I think is just absolutely ridiculous. When we're in a country where we have a lot of fertile land, there are a lot of, I would say, local farmers and a lot of up-and-coming urban farmers that can actually be engaged to produce, and government can provide more support. But also there are still issues with the farmers, and education is one of the issues. So a lot of our farmers are still using archaic techniques.
they don't understand the new ways of agricultural technology, new ways of doing things, and the government as well are not really helping the issue. So let me take India as an example. So in Nigeria, we say local farmers will solve food security, which I totally disagree with, because the local farmers are not empowered enough to help solve our food security issues. So if you look at India, what the government did as an example, they grouped a lot of farmers in clusters. Then the government engaged maybe irrigation companies like maybe Netafim or companies of that sort, and created like irrigation systems that can irrigate maybe 1 million hectares of farmland. So they put farmers into groups. Okay, all these farmers are growing maize, these farmers are growing soya bean. We provide the infrastructure to help the farmers so the farmers can produce all year round. At the moment in Nigeria, most of our farming is seasonal farming, which really cannot work. So when you look at now that it's rainy season, you have a drop in tomatoes as an example, because of the way and the methods in which we're currently farming. So I think also the private sector will play a large role in empowering a lot of these local farmers. And what I mean by that is private sectors setting up that understand mechanized farming, technology, how to distribute, access to market. They set up the infrastructure and take the younger, the local farmers under their belts and give them better training, give them better access to market. And that's the way I see us moving forward with this COVID crisis. And these are things that I'm actively doing and things that we're advocating for in Nigeria and in Africa as a whole.
Thank you very, very much, Yomi. Thank you very, very much. Hopefully you get a lot of support so that you can scale your ideas and also your businesses. I completely agree with you with respect to productivity. We have the land, but we're not yielding as much as we possibly can. And definitely what you said on collaboration. And by the way, Nadia, you should not think of retiring, because these TikTokers, they need your experience to be able to understand certain things better. And Hamza, coming back to you, every day there's some money that has been stolen, there's some money that was supposed to have been spent on this that's not been spent. And then on the other side, most of the money that comes to organizations like yours, they come from abroad. How can we build a system where the private sector in our own countries on the continent are contributing towards the third sector, so that they can actually do what they're doing, so that the voices and the interests of our civil society organizations are directly linked to the interests of our people rather than the interests of the funders from abroad?
Thank you very much, Chua. I think that people who run businesses and are billionaires need to look at philanthropy. And they need to look at it from the point that they're actually the biggest beneficiary. So for instance, when you look at procurement in Nigeria, it's rather about who you know in government, not about transparency and a competitive market. So if you are supporting the third sector in the country, it means that ultimately you would have a policy instrument that is strengthened, that have the needed capacity and allows for a competitive market. And you as a business person, as an entrepreneur, is able to flourish. You know, that said, I think also it's also about a vibrant citizen, being able to mobilize and build a vibrant citizen. Because as much as, you know, we survive from grants from international organization, it must and should always be about the country first and the continent. Because if you understand it from that point of view, it means that even if you don't get grants, even if you don't get support, you will keep going, because ultimately it's about patriotism. It's about also playing your role towards nation building, because Nigeria and Africa belongs to all of us. And if Nigeria and Africa prosper, it means we will all prosper. Because what we're actually saying here is access. So access to public health care, not paying from out of pocket, access to public education, access to water. Because today we're still dealing with communities who don't have access to potable drinking water. You know, we're looking at access to wash facilities. So you still have open defecation. So in all of this, it's about being patriotic and playing our role as an individual and as a collective. And for me, also, it's about solidarity. So for instance, Nadia is in South Africa. What happens in South Africa indirectly or directly affects me. And if we want to go down memory, when they had apartheid, Nigeria played a significant role. And I think we need to understand that, history plays a significant role in how we shape and how we build the continent beyond Nigeria. And we also need to understand that the market is not just a Nigerian or African market. Before COVID-19, it was just as if the Asian continent was invading Africa. Now it's a power tussle between Southeast Asia, Europe, and America. And they're all fighting not for their own interest, but their selfish interest, not because they think that they want us to prosper. So for us, we need to also see ourselves not as a market, but also as a continent that would provide goods and services for the market. Because really, what is it that we have to offer the world? That's the question we should answer.
What is it that we have to offer the world? And that was the essence of this conversation in the first place. New decade, new economy, new solutions. Thank you very, very much, Nadia Musagi, all the way from South Africa. Thank you so much, Yomi, for your expertise. And of course, my friend and brother, Hamzat Lawal, thank you for joining us always. And you guys, all the best with your various activities and your various projects. On that note, I'll be closing this panel. Please, the program continues. There's a lot coming up, a lot of conversations. Some big fishes are coming up on this show. I've seen some former governors. I've seen some future governors also on the platform. And also, who knows, maybe even future presidents. So please stick around and stay with us, and the show continues. Thank you. My name remains JJ Omojua.
Thank you.
It's still the 10th edition of the Bridge Leadership Foundation's Career Day. My name is Emilia Asimita, and I am back again. As I said earlier, we have a lineup that's impressive, that's insightful, and that will definitely help you to not just adapt, but to thrive in the new normal. Don't forget, our theme is the global economy adapting to the new normal. And we're midway through. We'd like to thank all our past speakers. We thank JJ for moderating 2 sessions back to back. We thank Ndidi and every other person that has participated so far in this 10th Career Day. Now, what happens here on? And I'm so excited to tell you this. 10 years ago, just as we were gathered, albeit virtually, we were gathered together in one place. And that was the first edition of the Career Day. Many years indeed have come and gone, and we've had no less than 61 speakers participate all through the 9-year history of the Career Day. Now, we have some of those speakers who are back here with us, some 10 years ago, 9 years ago, 8 years ago, 7 years ago, 6 years, 5, and even someone who participated only last year. And they're all here, they're prepped, they're waiting, and they're ready to speak to you. What we will do right after I introduce and explain what happens after that we'll watch a short video, which is what we call a stitch video, that brings to you highlights of all the past editions of the Career Day that we have had. After we watch that highlight video of all the past editions, we will listen to the very first speaker who spoke at the very first edition of the Career Day. Yes, he's here with us. And right after he does, we will now take all the other speakers. Joining him shortly after will be His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi, and then all the other speakers. Now, what would I be doing? I'll be here, listening attentively, learning from them, and I'll be asking only one question when they're done. Remember, you can participate using Slido. Tell us your name, where you're watching from, and please make your question very interesting. I'll pick the most interesting question, and I'll be asking the speaker the most interesting question I can find on the platform. Just one question. So please let that question be yours. When all the past speakers are done, I will now have the pleasure to hand over to the supervising trustee, who has a very important announcement to share with us about the future of the Career Day and, of course, the future of the Bridge Leadership Foundation as the foundation approaches its 10th anniversary. And after that, we'll say thank you, and that will be this edition of the Career Day, which is the 10th edition and the first all virtual edition of the Career Day. My name is Emilia Asimita. Now I would allow you to enjoy the highlight video from all past editions of the Career Day, and when we return, it will be time to hear from the first speaker at the first edition of the Career Day, Fela Durotoye.
Welcome to the Bridge Leadership Foundation Career Day.
Every time you find a solution, you will create value. Every time solution to any problem rises, automatically value is created. Every time value is created, wealth is given as a reward. Every time. If it's not given now, it will be given soon. Every time wealth is managed, every time wealth is multiplied and maintained, it will lead to prosperity. But the value that solution commands is tied, you know that you are there, to the problem that solution solves. So what's your name? As long as there is a problem to be solved across at the back of every problem is prosperity.
You may not have the opportunity to go to Harvard or Oxford or Yale or Tulane yet, but you can start with what you have. If there's any message that I want to leave with us today, it's simply this. It's not what you don't have that limits you. It's what you have, but you don't know how to use. I don't have an office, but it doesn't matter. I didn't finish school. It doesn't matter. I don't have the big office yet. It doesn't matter. But the little that I have, I'm going to work it.
What you ever think it's going to be always there that you are pulling from, it's no more there. It's time to think. That's why most people will tell you that the biggest time to make rich, the biggest time to be awesomely wealthy, it's in time of crisis.
As a business owner, you have to learn to leverage on your existing social network to provide an advertising platform for you. If you don't tell your story, nobody is going to tell it for you.
In our society. No longer should we be comfortable waiting for other people to give us jobs. We need to create those jobs ourselves.
In Africa, when a gazelle wakes up, it must run faster than the fastest lion. If not, it will be killed. Also, in Africa, when a lion wakes up, it must run faster than the slowest gazelle. If not, it will not eat lunch. It doesn't matter who you are. Whether you are a gazelle or a lion, when you wake up, start running. Between the ages of 30, you need to start exercising. The only way to get out of trouble is to enter the trouble. Because in the trouble, you build capacity. Capacity introduces you to opportunity. Opportunity guarantees you responsibility. It is irresponsible for a man who does not have capacity to handle responsibility, to deal with a challenge. What he does, he complicates the challenge.
And everything. Educational qualification is none of those ingredients that differentiates a leader from a follower.
The problem with Nigeria is not that there is unemployment. The problem is that the political elite of this country know that if the people, you and I, get the right kind of education and economic empowerment, we would question them. We would not vote for them. And so they make a deliberate effort to ensure that we remain illiterate so that we can never make the right choices or ask the right questions. In a situation where the same mind clamors for food and books, food will always win. An hungry man cannot watch Channels TV to know what the government is talking about.
Of the Bridge Leadership Foundation, His Excellency Senator Leo Limoke. Time flies. I mean, it's 10 years already since we built the cart, and I am so grateful for the opportunity to be here. They say that the first time you're given an opportunity is a privilege, and depending on how well you use that privilege will determine whether you get the honor of another opportunity. And so for me to be invited back, the first time was a privilege, but now it's an honor. And also to be in the midst of so many great speakers who have also spoken at some point in time, especially my very big brother, His Excellency Peter Obi, Governor Peter Obi. It's always a pleasure to be with him on the same platform anywhere. I love listening to him. I look forward to hearing him again. And then, of course, my brother, Tony Cole, and all my brothers, JJ, everyone. Emilia, thank you. And everyone who I may not have been able to acknowledge, please accept my highest regards. Well, I've been asked to speak on how do you build the courage and the resilience to be able to deal with the kind of challenges that the times and seasons have placed upon us. I mean, one thing that we know for sure is that, we didn't plan for COVID, right? And most people didn't have it in their strategic plans, whether it's in businesses, whether it's in very few governments probably had a really strong plan for it. And definitely most people in their careers didn't foresee a time and when you could be fired, not because you were not good at your job, but because, in a way, your job is under threat because the business that your organization has had to be in or has been in and sometimes been a market leader has been hit. And I, for instance, I just look very closely to me, my home, my wife Tara runs a makeup business, and you can only imagine that most people have not, under lockdown, have not even had to come out to do makeup. Most makeup salons have been closed down by government. So what do you do when somehow you work in an organization that has been greatly and gravely impacted by this COVID season? And I know that in this last throughout this season, I mean, I've basically been having many leadership coaching sessions for business leaders and for career professionals. And one of the interesting things that happens with business leaders is that I'm seeing that the challenges they are facing is around three key areas. Number one, it's getting the clarity of where are we going from here? And then, of course, who do we want to be? What markets do we want to play in? How do we go from here? The second thing that you have, apart from the challenge of clarity, is how do we align everyone in the organization? How do we realign sometimes our processes to be able to deliver value in this time to the customers? I mean, do we have new customers? What are the needs of our customers? Things like that. And then the last one is how do we execute? How do we execute excellently? Because now we are, what COVID has done for us and the acceleration of the whole transition online is that, guess what? We are now able to access the world. Boundaries and borders have melted, but it also means that the world is able to access our local markets, which means that the kind of things that were reserved for you simply because you're in Nigeria and the opportunities that, I mean, look at it. If anybody was going to have a conference, it's likely to be those that are here first that you're likely to bring. But all of a sudden today, we're seeing that across the internet and on Zoom, you're seeing the emergence of many kinds of speakers from all over the place. They are infiltrating our markets just like their markets is ready for the taking. So one of the things, like I said, the challenges that business owners are facing is essentially how do we get clarity? How do we bring alignment to our teams, our structure, our processes, our infrastructure? And then how do we execute? The challenges that that career professionals are facing is slightly different. And just listening to all the people that I've had the privilege of coaching, they keep coming back and discussing, is this an existential threat? Am I going to still have a job? Will I get fired? Will I stay? Our organization is going through a trying time. There's likely to be right sizing, downsizing. Will I be able to keep my job? Many of them are still having to come to that point and say, listen, is this really the career that I wanted in the first place? And my answer to them is what I'm really going to be sharing with you, because most of them are scared, and they are rightfully scared. They're scared because there's so much unknown. We don't know how long this COVID challenge is going to be. We haven't found a vaccine. We have not found a cure. And what that means is that, until that happens, there's going to continue to be social distancing. Will we return back to our offices? Now that people are learning how to work online, will our offices ever be relevant? Will the investments we've made in the past, what do we do with them? Different kinds of challenges that are causing people to say, will I still have a job? And I think that fear is the greatest challenge that I have found that people are facing at this time. And I'll tell you the things that I think that are the most important to anyone who is in a career line, who is trying to feel secure about the future. And I always break it down into two things. I call it value, and the second one is values. And I'm going to say it this way. If you have and create the right value for the organization, especially at this time, you will become part of the people that the organization cannot afford to fire. Because there are two kinds of people in any organization today. Number one, the people the organization cannot afford to keep. And the second are the people that the organization cannot afford to fire. And the moment you are able to move from those that the organization cannot afford to keep to the one that the organization cannot afford to fire, then you become bulletproof. Your career, at least for now, your job, your career becomes bulletproof. You are now more assured, you are more confident of being able to go forward. And what are the things that makes you become someone that the organization cannot afford to fire? In other words, even if, apart from the MD, if there was only one last person, what will make it such that you will be the last person that the organization will be willing to let go before the organization closes down, if it has to close down? And I wanted you to remember these three things. Number one, it's the quality of your work. Number two, it's the quality of your relationship. Number three, it's the quality of your ideas. And I want you to remember that as the organization is going forward and the decisions being made as to how do we move from where we are, how do we cut down costs, how do we, and one of the major costs that will have to be cut down is the human resource cost. The question is, who are the people that we can afford? Who are the people we can afford to lose? And who are the people we cannot afford to lose? And the people we cannot afford to lose are those the quality of their work is not just excellent, it is exceptional. Exceptional means that you are able to go above and beyond. This is not the time when you are supposed to be knowing what your job description is. That was before COVID era. Right now, you are there to solve problems, and the more the number of problems you solve, the greater the value you create. The greater the value you create, the more nobody can afford to let you go. And so you've got to be willing to go above and beyond. You cannot be in that 9-to-5 mode. You cannot be in the this is my job description mode. Not only must you be able to do more for less, you must also be able to do exceedingly greater work than the one that you used to do before. The second thing I was going to quickly say is the quality of the relationships that you have, especially now. You see, right now, there's a lot of fear in the system, and the organizations that will keep the people that we will not be able to let go are the people that add value not only to the work that is being done, but to the people, the workers, the management team, the people who their presence brings energy, brings hope, brings faith, brings belief. Every time they open their mouth, knowledge, ideas, contributions, they are not complaining. They are thinking, how can we? How will we? How should we? These are things. They are the ones that are studying and adding value. They are the ones going beyond their own tasks and trying to help others. In other words, they're not just there to shine. They are there to help others shine. And the greater the positive impact that you make on the team, on the leadership team, on the team within your department, on teams outside your department, the more difficult it will be to let you go. So the quality of your work, the quality of your relationships. The third one is the quality of ideas. Right now, like I said to you at the beginning, CEOs, management teams are desperately looking for bright ideas. They're looking for bright lights that will help them to figure out where we're going. And that idea can come from anywhere. It means that if you're going to become one of the people that cannot be let go, you're going to be that person who constantly comes up with practical, implementable ideas that can help us to create new markets, that can help us to reach existing markets in ways that we have not been able to know, that can be able to come up with practical ideas to deepen our relationship with our customers, that will help us to understand what the needs of our customers is, that will help us to see how do we change practical ideas on how do we use the same machinery, the same structure we have to deliver value. You know, it's the people with the best ideas that will be the last people to leave the company. And so if you want to secure your job and your career, right, you've got to focus on one, what is the quality of my work? I've got to do more work, and I've got to do more than excellent work. Number two, the quality of relationships that I have. When discussions are being made and they're trying to figure out who should we let go, there must be people in the room who are going to say, never, we cannot let this one go. Meaning you have to deepen your relationships with those whom you work with and beyond your department, especially all the way to the management team. And then the third one is you've got to have great ideas that make sense, that are implementable. And for you to have those ideas that make sense, you have to think like the people who are going to use their sense to take the decisions. So I say to people all over, especially in career professionals, think like the CEO. If this was your business right now, what would you be doing differently? Think like the CEO. Don't think like just a paid employee. Start thinking like a CEO. And I always say, look, in the end, this is also a time for us to reflect and decide, is this really the career of my choosing? Is this a place where my giftings, my passion, my talent, my personality, is this where I'm able to come up with ideas and solutions? Is this where I'm really able to create value? Because a lot of people are in jobs and they don't really have careers. I mean, career is something you want to do for the long term. Career is something you want to become the best at. Career is something you want to get to the top of. But most people that are trying to keep body and soul together have a job, but they don't have a career. This is the time when you need to start thinking about how to choose a career, something you really feel like this is what I was born to do, something that you would love to do, something you can create solutions for. And in doing that, you have to take the time back and listen to your soul, listen to your spirit, come up with ideas, research and find out who is currently doing something that I love. What is the thing that I can learn and I can learn so quickly and I can use to create solutions? These are the things that will help you to build the confidence. You remember when we were in uni, especially during exam period, you realize that it was like as if the campus was on lockdown. Everywhere you look, whether it's hostel, whether it's classrooms, whether it's cafeteria, everybody's sitting down jacking. And if you go and meet somebody, just touch them on their back, they will jack up. They are so panicked because the challenge is most of them were getting ready for exams. And when you don't know what the exam question that is coming forward, and you haven't prepared for it, then the truth about it is that you will panic. The only way for you to have courage in these times is for you to be clear about what you want to do, to be clear about what it will take to get it done, to give your very best to it. And that is what you have to do on a daily basis. If you still have a job, it's give your best every day. Come up with every assignment you're given, do it better than excellence. Give your all to it. Every time you have the opportunity to interact with anyone within your team, add value to them. Don't be the doubter. be the one that reassures them. Be the one that reassures. Be the one whose words is always positive. And if you don't know what to say, be quiet. But don't speak doubt at this time. Doubters need to leave every organization because faith is required to channel into the future. And the last thing is, like I would say, please come up with the best ideas. And the more you broaden your horizon by researching what's going on, by talking to people, by getting to know who are the people that are doing great things, the more the ideas will come to you. And if those ideas are practical, implementable things that you can do on a daily basis, then I promise you, you would have the confidence to be able to look every evening and know that you will be assured of something tomorrow. And guess what? Even if your organization goes down because the market is deeply impacted, guess what? If you've had the track record of doing excellent work, of being that fantastic colleague at work, the people who have left the organization will create opportunities for you. Your customers that you have met in the past that you served greatly well will create opportunities for you. Sometimes even your boss who can't keep you, but knows that you're a great asset, will find somebody else and says, I can recommend this one. So you lose nothing by giving your best. You lose everything by acting in fear and not being able to give your best. So the best way to be resilient at this time, give your very best to the people, to your work, and in the ideas that you can. So I hope that this has been useful to someone. Thank you once again, for having me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Durotoye. I have one question for you just before you go. And this question is from Tolani. Tolani is an events organizer in Lagos, Nigeria, and she's asking that she works in the speaking and events industry, and this has impacted marquee event organizers. What would be your advice to help her stand out? That's her question. What would be your advice to help Tolani stand out?
Okay.
Now that the event industry is
okay.
affected.
Well, so it comes back to the same two things that I was sharing before. It's really the quality of the first two things I said, the quality of your work and the quality of your relationships. So let's quickly talk about the speaking industry. Okay, the truth about it is that, more than ever, there are now greater opportunities for you to speak online than previously before now. And so whilst it is true that, the events, there are fewer events that are happening as we have known it, whether it's weddings and all of those kind of things, and they're happening the way we used to know it, there are more opportunities today for you to speak, for you to teach what you know online, and it is a lot easier. Today already, this is my second speaking engagement. I was speaking to the Trade Union Congress of Lagos State earlier today. I started at about 11:40. I finished about 20 minutes before I joined you. Okay. After this, I have another conference that is starting, a 10-day class, master class for people who would love to develop their speaking gifts. It's called Find Your Voice. And so it's a 10-day program. We're doing it 2 hours every day. And it's all going to be, literally, I'm doing it from my house, right? So what I'm saying is that technology has, whilst it is true that the way things used to be done has shifted, technology has given opportunities in other ways. So what you got to do is to ride with that wave and deliver excellence, give your passion to it, give your charisma to it, become one of the very best at speaking about the thing that you're passionate about. And more importantly, develop the relationships that will open doors of opportunity for you. When His Excellency called me, that's because of a relationship that we had developed. Because he had my number. At one point in time, we've been there before for each other. So my point is this: relationships create opportunities. Be the best person that anybody can hang out with. Be the best person that anybody can call in this time. Let every time you open your mouth, you're adding value. Care about people. If you can work that, you will see that you will be, especially when you have the opportunity, when you have the track record of delivering excellence and delivering exceptional levels of quality at whatever you're given. The relationships will open the doors for you. So leverage technology, do a phenomenal work, and continue to just invest in relationships. Keep checking on people, keep seeing how they're doing. Open yourself up, be ready every time opportunities come. and do a phenomenal job. This is what I can tell you, Tolani.
Thank you very much, Mr. Durotoye. Tolani, there you have your question answered. Please, thank you.
And you can join us on Find Your Voice. You know, it's a 10-day program that will help you to also do. And starting next week, upper week, we're doing something called Speak for Gold, which is for people who know how to speak. How do you earn in this time? In fact, I think that's the one Tolani needs more. Speak for Gold. Okay, so Tolani, get in touch with me.
Online, yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Durotoye. Tolani, there you have your question answered. We'll move very quickly. Thank you, Mr. Durotoye. Move very quickly now to the next speaker, who has been introduced already, and I'll be waiting, in 5 minutes' time to ask another question from you. Yes, you. So please send your questions using the hashtag TBLF on Slido, and make it an interesting question, just like Tolani's, so that I get the honor and the opportunity to ask Mr. Peter Obi your question. Over to you, sir.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Are you hearing? Okay, thank you very much. Well, mine is just a very, very simple and straightforward one. Let me start by thanking my dear brother and the founder, Lily Moke, and thanking all the various speakers, especially my sister, for that brilliant presentation. Of course, listening to Fela is something you're always proud and happy to listen any day and anytime. I was listening with that with joy. Well, mine is very simple. Listen to all the various speakers. Let me start with what did he say. From what he is saying about this new normal, is like we're going to a fourth revolution, fourth industrial revolution. And for me, when we talk about new normal, it's just basically new thinking, new ways and methods, and of course, new behaviors and everything, even to what Fela was saying about values and all that. How do we do things differently? Then you have to look at our own environment, because as we're listening to the panelists, Yomi, Hamzat, and what they were saying and everything. For Yomi, who is already doing something as a young person, you can see that he has a constraint with the environment, including issues of learning. Because when he mentioned about the education, people going to university, but they have to retrain them. It is the issue of the same environment. And then when you look at even the guy who's coming from South Africa talking about politicians and corruptions and wasting everybody's time. And of course, Hamzat, who is fanatical about following the money. I have to start from a political point. Number one is that if you get everything right and your politics wrong, everything is wrong. So in all you're doing, it is also important that we get our politics right. We need the right people. We can have people like Fela, Toye, and Diti do the great work they're doing, but they need to be involved in governance. It is critical because these societies that you see people have been able to excel is because they've been given an opportunity. I was just telling somebody a few days ago how in 2015, I met people where I had gone to do a program in the US, and they came out with Zoom and they were telling me about this Zoom business that I just started and everything, and telling me about this. As at that time, it will cost you less than 30 cents to invest in Zoom if I wanted to invest in it. Because they were telling me a business proposal. And I just said, listen, this will never happen where we'll have to be in our house and be doing meeting and everything it will take some time. And here I am now, not leaving even my house for 4 months, only doing meetings and doing talks, through the same thing that if I had an idea, but why did I say about the environment you operate? Eventually, one of them came to me and said that they've been able to get funding from the government and from the bank. And I said to them, well, you're lucky. In my country, nobody will give you any funding for such idea. You have to go and bring properties from your mother and your father in order to be able to get funding for such. And this story you're telling, even me cannot put money behind it. Talk less of me lending you money as a banker. Whose money? And this is what it is. So when we discuss about the new normal, we have to also look at our environment. We have to also look at the key people who are, okay, we are talking about COVID now. Look at what is happening all over the world. Countries after countries are working hard 24 hours. You see people in European Union having 5-day closed door meetings, strategizing on how to, regig and retool their economies. What are we doing here? We're doing the opposite. We're still talking about all the wastes of the past. So it is important that for you, most participants there, where the young people who are looking at the future, that you listen to what they had been able to say, Fela had been able to say, and that, and start thinking differently. Because what this new opportunity you're seeing here is that you must now look at the future differently with a new thinking. If you're preoccupied with yesterday, and when I mean yesterday, thinking processes of yesterday and behaviors of yesterday, you miss tomorrow. Today, the jobs are global. You can now be in Nigeria and be working for a corporation in America or in London and everywhere. Doctors have now started to do their own seeing patients and everything by Zoom. That means that you are now a global worker and you have to do things differently. And that is what I can see from what the speakers are doing. Why those of us who are politicians have to also look at what do we do to have a different country? Because the way it is today, I do not see us being able to compete in the world of tomorrow. And that is critical. So I thank all of you for the opportunity. Mine is just to listen. I'm learning even how to live in the new normal, because you can imagine me sitting down one place was 4 months. I wouldn't have imagined it's possible. So I'm also learning and thinking, how do we do things better? How do we behave, do things in a more transparent manner? How do we do things in such a way that the future will be better for everybody? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm not sure which shocked me more, when you said you passed off an opportunity to invest in Zoom. Wow. So I'd like to ask a question based on what you said, from public service or politics or governance at a broader level. What do you think is the biggest lesson that the government has to learn from this, should I say, this new normal that we're all trying to adjust into? Or what would you say for you is the biggest lesson? Or if you were still in public service, what would be the biggest lesson that you take away from what has happened in the past few months?
Well, the biggest lesson for me is very simple, is that not just me as a person, but Nigeria have now to realize that we now have to change the processes of selection of our leadership because it is weak. If you look at what has been happening in Nigeria in the recent time, and like I always say it, if you look at it, we are now in a situation where you can say the lunatics have taken over the asylum and they must leave now. All of us, including myself, it's time to get people who have ideas and everything. When Yomi spoke, he spoke about the education. When Fela spoke, everybody could see the learning process now. This situation where we have those who are incapable of learning, becoming teachers, have to change. We now need to have people who are competent, who are qualified to lead in this tomorrow. Because we're talking about tomorrow. Yesterday is gone. Today is even gone. So those who we don't want is those who are trapped in the process of yesterday. We want those who have something to offer for tomorrow. Things have to change. We can't continue this way. Economies are moving. People are moving ahead of us. You know, countries that were behind us yesterday are now doing better. So this is time. I think this COVID offered us an opportunity to see cumulative effect of leadership failure over the years in our health infrastructure, in our education, in our economy, in everything. So it is time to have people who are competent, people who have capacity across the political space.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. To sum that up, it is time. And it is time now for Saudat Salami. Over to you, Saudat.
Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, I hope you can you hear me?
Yes, we can all hear you. Go ahead.
Fantastic. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Excellency, Senator Leonie Mokel, for inviting me, and the Bridge Leadership Foundation conference team for inviting me again for another annual conference. Let me congratulate you on your 10th anniversary. As a startup, they say that it takes 10 years to become an overnight success. Your success started long before now, because when I came in 2016 to Calabar for the conference, it was evident you were already grooming giants. The turnout was awesome. The quality of the facilitators was top-notch, and the networking we had at your residence afterwards was eye-opening, and it was mind-blowing. The topic of today, adapting to the new normal, is very apt for the situation we find ourselves, and how can we build and grow resilient businesses in this pandemic. Talking about online businesses. Online shopping business used to be strange, very strange, especially the online fresh food delivery sector that I belong to. Many people did not understand why you need food delivered to your homes. Our culture was used to women going to the market by themselves to buy food, and outsourcing was frowned at. When I started EasyShop, easycook.com about 15 years ago, we'll be 15 in October. Although it was to help to support our women in meeting their domestic responsibilities, so it won't affect their career, we quickly saw it as a critical business that will provide market access to smallholder farmers and food processors, eliminate adulteration of processed food, create jobs across the agri value chain. But we saw disabled people, mentally challenged people, sick people that could not go to the market themselves and needed food delivered to their homes, like we had during COVID. We found that our social impact was far more than what we even envisaged when we were writing the business plan for our business. You know, and that became our driving force to stay in business, even in a sector that has a very high entry and exit. We saw the big picture, and this put us in the leadership position during the COVID lockdown in Lagos. When all businesses locked down, we were opened. The government classified us as an essential service. The cultural mindset of people that were averse to home delivery changed practically like overnight. And people were looking for businesses in this sector, but only few were available. In the last 5 months, I can count over 20 new businesses that have pivoted into grocery delivery. This I know because many of the founders, approached me to be there to mentor them. And these are founders also in Africa. So in August, I have a workshop coming up, to help people to start their own business, to help people to be inside this online grocery delivery business so that they will not make the same mistakes I made. Because this right now is an emergency. This is the new normal. We have to adapt to it. This is a sector that has received millions of dollars from investors across the world and many people did not know where to put this money, to build lasting businesses. In all these tech subsectors in Nigeria, online grocery delivery has buried far more companies than any other sector. Online grocery. I've read many surveys on the impact of COVID-19 on businesses, and they all have similar findings. And we have discussed a lot of it today. What were the findings? Many businesses have difficulty in switching to conducting their businesses online during the lockdown, especially food businesses, small businesses, women especially. Only few were able to use e-commerce platforms to engage their customers and trade. We can't do this any longer. All the surveys recommended that investments are needed to improve digital infrastructure, agri value chain infrastructure like cold chain, storage, logistics, and to promote businesses in the agri processing and food delivery sector. These are part of the newly classified essential sectors that could not measure up during the lockdown. Many states in Nigeria with no online grocery delivery company were not able to lock down successfully because people were going to starve. If they locked down, there was no company to deliver food to their homes, even those that were in isolation that could not go to the market. The thing is, you don't dig a well when you're thirsty. You dig it ahead so that water is available when you're thirsty, like now during this pandemic. But COVID has unveiled many opportunities for businesses, especially in the agri value chain we have discussed today in the digital space, and we all know it. We don't need anybody's permission anymore. We are ready. I know we're ready. I know we're prepared. It is time to take advantage. It's time to restructure our businesses or start a new one, right? The market is ready. The culture has now accepted grocery delivery. This is the new normal. We can't change it. We have to adapt to it and thrive. We have all that we need to maximize our success. We cannot afford to doubt ourselves at this time. We have to position ourselves and we have to rise as a country. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Saudat. Thank you. Right on time. So maybe I can squeeze in 2 questions. The first would be, you admitted in your presentation that even when you were designing the business plan, for Easy Shop, Easy Cook, congratulations on your 15th anniversary, by the way, that you weren't conscious of food security, and even those who were ill, because at first you were considered men and women who, due to their busy schedules, were unable to, go to the market or, go and get their groceries by themselves or fresh delivery. So what would you advise to either an existing entrepreneur who's thinking of pivoting at a time like this, or is a fresh starter, someone who's trying to start a business? What would you advise that they do when trying to map their market, or when trying to identify what the opportunities are?
Okay, for me, first of all, is problems. What problem are you solving? Because this is not just about passion. Because a lot of people tell themselves that, oh, I'm going into business because I'm passionate about something. You have to be passionate about what is going to make money for you, especially at this time, or what is going to solve a problem. And when we are in a pandemic at this time, like this, solving a problem is what is going to keep you in business. If you're not solving any problem, nobody is going to look for you. That was why we stayed open. We considered closing down, but there were many problems to solve. People were going to starve. So if you're going into this business or any business at all, first of all, find out what problem that business is solving, what solution you are bringing to the table, and if you can make money out of that solution, because everything is about money, numbers. You are solving problem, yes, but you have to make money to stay in that business. Otherwise, even NGOs need money to actually keep themselves on. So it's not like, oh, I'm just doing it because I want to help people. Help people and make money out of it. Commercialize your solution, right? Then, of course, find out the ecosystem. You cannot grow in isolation. Who are the people directly and indirectly related to you? Like when I started my business, first of all, I thought it was just tech, build a website and stuff. I quickly realized that I am on that agri value chain. In order to deliver fresh groceries to people, I need to partner with farmers. I need to be in the supply chain. I need to know what's going on. Ministry of Agri in Lagos, in federal. I needed to be in that ecosystem and also the logistics. So right now we're fighting Postmaster General for giving us licenses for logistics that is going to stifle us. So you have to know the ecosystem you are in and the policies that are going to help you stay in business. SMEs have to understand policies because one policy will kill you. So all those, I don't know politics, I'm not into politics. SMEs need to know policies and ecosystem.
Thank you very much. Also apt. Find problems, understand the ecosystem, and be interested in policies. Thank you so much, Sauda. Great to see you again. And we look forward to hearing and hosting you in future editions, maybe when you're celebrating your 30th or your 50th anniversary.
Yeah.
Let's talk about problems. Thank you. Let's talk about problems very quickly. Someone identified what was the problem. He wears size 48 and he decided to do something about it. Let's hear Babajide Kwaye of Cakes.
Hello, how's everybody? Thank you very much for the opportunity once again. His Excellency Senator Leah Limoke, thank you for giving me this opportunity to be on this forum. I will try to make it as quick as possible. So I would like to share my screen. Let me see if I can do that right away. So good afternoon, everyone, once again. My name is Jide Kwaye. I'll just tell you our story quickly. I'm a shoe size 48. So I struggled growing up to find shoes my size. By the age of 10, I was already wearing my dad's shoes. But I decided to solve the problem in 2015. So I took some time off running the technology business and decided to go to Netherlands to study how to make shoes. When I finished the program, I realized that it was going to be very expensive to make a single pair of sneakers. And the idea to create a company that could, manufacture shoes and at the same time create employment for people came to mind. But obviously, manufacturing is very capital intensive. And again, some lessons that a lot of startups need to take up is they need to look at lean ways of starting up. So we decided to do some research and came across crowdfunding, which is a way whereby people look at an idea or a project that you want to execute, and they basically fund you with small sums of money, leveraging the power of the internet and social media. So in 2015, we started this campaign on Kickstarter and we raised about $20,000, which we then used to produce the first batch of shoes. And these were pre-orders from not just Nigeria, but different parts of the world, almost 4 continents. And following that, the brand has basically grown both locally as well as internationally. I mean, even during this lockdown, our sales from the US, for example, has gone 4x. Obviously, there's a whole lot more consciousness around Black-owned businesses and the need to empower Black businesses. So we've gained a lot of leverage off that fact that we're able to get ahead of the curve and find creative ways of leveraging not just crowdfunding, but also the internet, because we have, for example, a global e-commerce site. And so people from all over the world order our products, and leveraging the power of third-party logistic partners, we're able to ship all over the world. Following the recent and ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, we decided to create a new product in response to the challenges that are going on, and it's called eMotion. So I'm just going to share with you a quick video, which will basically share with you what this project is all about. So again, leveraging the power of the internet as well as the global tribe we have built, we have over 10,000 customers and 40,000 digital tribe members across the world. And we're going to be reaching out to them in a couple of days, about 5 days from now, to join us in a global crowdfunding campaign to fund this project and bring it to life. We are positioned as the first innovative and social footwear brand in Africa. And I think this is something that a lot of businesses need to begin to look at. Not just creating businesses for profit, but companies that focus on giving back as well. And that's talking about triple bottom line: people, profit, planet. So when you find creative ways of also empowering your society, it in turn fuels the growth of the business, and we can create more jobs, we can empower more people. Some of the projects that we recently embarked on was the COVID-19 awareness and prevention campaign in Makoko. We partnered with a charity out of the UK called White Jews Trust. And we basically impacted over 1,000 lives, sharing flyers, distribution of food materials, and also creating awareness. So we partnered with the community and we allowed them to drive that initiative. We also partnered with a charity called Slum to School that educates kids who are from underprivileged backgrounds. And the way to do that basically is, if you have a business that is sustainable and within your business model, you are able to also take a certain percentage and give back to charity. And that's really what we do at Kicks. And by building a global digital distribution network, not just in Nigeria, but all over the world, we can drive the growth of the business and fuel the creation of jobs. So we are forward integrating right now, and we're also working on backward integration, which is going to be creating thousands of jobs. Over 1,000 jobs we're projecting for in the next 5 years directly, and close to another 10,000 indirectly from leveraging off all of that opportunity. But I think the most critical lesson is not to go it alone. We look for strategic partnerships, both locally and internationally, to leverage these opportunities and be able to scale at a much faster rate than if we were going it alone. Currently, Africa is one of those that are behind in the field of crowdfunding. And I keep referring to that because in this current dispensation, businesses are going to be struggling a lot with scaling their businesses. Funding is going to be more difficult. There are a lot of ideas out there that need funding, and there are limits to what the government or what the banks or structured financial institutions can do. People are more averse to taking risk now, and therefore it's important to look for ways to take some of these ideas and pivot them or scale them to a point where it has proven some level of track record. And then the bigger institutions will then begin to invest more in that. And obviously, following our crowdfunding campaign, we've been able to benefit from lots of grants, investors coming into our business. Now we're talking, getting investment out of the United States as well to scale our operations, both locally and internationally. And I think at the end of the day, the most important thing is that ideas are a dime a dozen, but it's how you execute it that counts. And in this current dispensation, we need to leverage power of the digital space that we live in more than ever. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jide. I have just one question from you, and you know, I had to put aside my question just to ask this question, but they're related. You know, crowdfunding. The question goes: this is something that has not really caught on, you know, in this part of the world. You know, factoring our high fraud rate, how can a business create and leverage crowdfunding? And might I add, build trust as well. So thinking about the high rate of fraud and crime, and online, we've seen a number of crowdfunding campaigns, and we hardly hear what happens afterwards. How are we able to do that, and how would you advise that a business does that in a new normal?
I think the first way to look at this would be obviously through cooperatives. There's what we call traditionally isusu, where people come together and then they contribute sums of money to either fund things that they want to embark upon. The other means, of course, is going through credible, selection, or companies or organizations that can basically help certify a lot of this business. One of the things that we did early, obviously, was building a lot of social proof and showing credibility in terms of where I studied. For example, I have been in the technology industry, for example, for over 10 years prior to doing a crowdfunding campaign. I've worked with multinationals from the likes of Guinness to Total. And I think the most important thing really is finding groups where you can have them endorse or certify who you are, where you're coming from, what your background is. There has to be a lot of background checks, and therefore you need to go through that process. For example, in the US, they have something called the Jobs Act, which was created by Obama during his tenure, and this is what has facilitated crowdfunding. So even going on the crowdfunding platform itself, there's a process of identifying who you are and verifying your identity as well as your credibility. So for example, the platform we're on doesn't allow a lot of Nigerians. So we have partnerships with foreign technical partners who have also collaborated with us, certified us before we can then go onto this platform. So I think it's focusing on accreditation of these people before they go onto these platforms.
Thank you so much, Jide. And that question came in from Tomilola from Lagos. Thank you very much for your question. Thank you, Jide, for joining us. Up next, we'll listen to our keynote speaker from last year. We're talking about scaling businesses, but it all begins with an idea, doesn't it? Here's how to turn on that switch. And it gives me great pleasure to invite Mr. Michel Elegbe.
Okay. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Well, it's a big privilege to be here. I've seen quite a lot of my mentors online. I haven't had the opportunity to quickly say hello to them. I hope to do that after the call. I think the topic you have given to me is quite straightforward. We want to talk about ideas. Now, the way I would like to look at this is, I think it was Graham Bell that said, when one door closes, another one opens, then we spend a lot of time still focusing on the door that has closed. With COVID-19, people are talking about the new normal. It is interesting that people talk about normal, meaning things are not going to change, and then we add new to it. Now, looking at the kind of audience and what we do at the Bridge Foundation, the approach I would like to use is to just make a few statements and try to support them. Clearly, as other speakers have said, they have been winners despite the challenges that COVID-19 has brought forward. And wherever there are winners, clearly there'll be losers also. But one message I want to pass across is that the winners did not start their ideas when they saw COVID-19. They were already on a journey. So what journey are you? Today, we're having this conference via Zoom. Zoom was not created because of the challenges of COVID-19. The business case for a tool like Zoom and many others like Zoom existed before COVID-19. All COVID-19 has done is to accelerate adoption. In the last few weeks, I've been involved with different parties asking me questions around what are the ideas coming out of COVID-19. And my response has always been COVID-19 and whatever comes with it is something in time. When we build businesses for sustainable growth. So sustainability is a very big issue that every entrepreneur has to take a look at. And I also tell them that the opportunities that have come with COVID-19, if you're not careful, will most likely go away with COVID-19. And I'll just give some examples. If you're in the business of making clothes, people are not going out, they're not making new clothes, they are now contented with what they have had before. What do? You begin to make masks. Okay? But it will be unwise to assume that once you start making masks, masks will remain forever. This is not the first time the world has had pandemics. This is not the first time we have seen pictures of people in other climes putting on masks. But what you've also noticed is that after a season, after a period of time, they stop putting on masks. So when we look at opportunities and ideas in an environment like this, we must recognize that we're not looking for things that only fit into where we are right now, but things that transcend beyond what we're experiencing. Most industries that have suffered because of COVID-19 are going to fight back. And most businesses that have been created because of COVID-19 will have to fight for survival post-COVID-19. There are countries that depend on tourism. Hotels have been built because of that. Wildlife conservation has been encouraged. Airlines have been created to be able to move people from different parts of the world into those countries. COVID-19 has created a major challenge for such countries and for the institutions within the countries. What do you think those countries will do? They're going to fight back. So today, we now see a lot of countries opening up again. Planes are being modified to make them safe to fly. New processes are being put in airports. People are fighting back. I think in Africa, in Nigeria especially, and for the youths in general, there are ample opportunities that COVID-19 has brought forward. The question is which one? And I go back to where I started from. it is true that when one door closes, another one opens. But I also want to bring another perspective to bear. Could it be the first time when you saw just one door, many doors were opened, but you chose just one? And when that one started to close, you opened your eyes again and you saw other doors that have always been there. And because you are just seeing them now, you now assume they are just being opened. So one of the skills I think we need to have, especially in the kind of environment that we are in, is to have the ability to see multiple opportunities and perhaps go after multiple opportunities at the same time. The notion that it will be one or the other, while it helps to create focus, may not be ideal for the kind of environment that we are in. We've talked about organizations going through difficult times and some of them having to retrench. And I think the message around what to do when you suddenly lose your job is critical. In InterSwitch where I work, for example, we were on a journey to recruit more staff. Some people have been interviewed and then there was lockdown. And so we couldn't complete that process. I've been receiving emails from people who told me the moment they realized they had passed the interview, they had gone from their medical tests, they had gone ahead to resign from where they were working. So right now, in the midst of COVID, they left their jobs just before COVID started and they are home, asking if there's something we could do to make them resume earlier. It is that there's nothing we can do because the act of resumption requires that certain things of such kind of a body should be done. So these people who had a job or who had jobs before now and suddenly don't have a job, what should they do? Okay, what ideas can they have? And then there are those who never had jobs before and have been hoping to get jobs. And all of a sudden, there are no jobs because nobody's recruiting because of the season we are in. What should they do? The message I would like to leave for such people is you are in a job because of certain skill sets that you have. And certain organizations have determined that those skill sets that you have are useful to them. And so they recruit you. The fact that you have lost your job does not mean that what you have has been lost. So the switch you should have in your brain is, if you had hoped that one way to get ahead in life is to go to certain organizations who require your skills, my advice at this point in time is to say, why don't you look in a different direction? You have certain skills. Who can you help with those skills? People reward you for solving challenges that they have. So if companies have challenges and they need your skills, and companies are not recruiting, are there people in your immediate environment that you can bless, that you can help with the skills that you have? I've had to interview people before, and when I asked them, how much were you earning where you were working before, they tell me things like, I was doing it pro bono. Every time I hear that statement, I was working for free, two things cross my mind. What kind of organization will impress someone and agree for that person to work for free? The second thing that crosses my mind is, what kind of individual would rather work for free rather than sit at home? And subconsciously, I begin to find out how many years has this person invested working for free? And I begin to ask myself, what can we do to help them recover those years when they've had to work for free?
Wow.
I think there are a lot of people in our society who, despite the challenge that we have, no jobs, things are bad. We need to have a switch in our mindsets to say, I do have something, I'm a human being, I have something that is useful to someone. How can I go and help? In trying to help, better ideas come.
Okay.
I think it was Sauda that said, and I'm rounding up now, that said there was a desire to help people deliver food to their home. In the course of doing that, good things began to happen. So I'll say, despite the challenges of the season we are in, one way I would like to encourage people to think is to ask themselves, the skills that I have, who can benefit from them? And how can I bless someone with those skills, pending the time when somebody else needs the kind of skills that I have? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elegbe. Just before I let you go, I'd like you to please answer this question in about a minute, if it's possible. And this is from Uche Okoro, who works with Stanbic IBTC Bank. And his question is, what's the future outlook? You've built InterSwitch just from an idea. What's the future outlook? I guess maybe how do you reinvent or switch to the next idea? His actual words, what's the future outlook?
Okay, so why was InterSwitch created in the first instance? There was a unique challenge we saw. It didn't make sense that people would go to the banks, queue up with tally numbers to get their cash. It didn't make sense that when you manage to get your cash, because it is weekend, you've taken more than you need for the day. And on your way home, you are robbed. If you're not robbed at home, you are robbed. If you're not robbed on the way home, you are robbed at home. That problem had to be solved. And I think we have solved it. If you go to the police today, armed robberies where they go to your home to attack you for money is not the biggest way today, okay? The way we have solved that problem, there are many other challenges across the country, across the continent, that still need to be solved. There are challenges in healthcare, there are challenges in transportation, there are challenges in education, and so on and so forth. What we have done is that we simply use technology to solve one specific problem in banking and financial services. We can use the same technology to solve challenges in many other areas. So the way to look at InterSwitch, I keep telling people that InterSwitch is not a payment company. We're a technology company that applies technology to solve the challenges of payments. Last year, we acquired a company called ICLAT. ICLAT is a health technology company. About 30 state governments today have relied on ICLAT to do a lot of stuff for them, including issues around COVID-19. It is again InterSwitch applying technology to deal with challenges in healthcare. Don't be too surprised if tomorrow we apply the same technology in areas of transportation and so on and so forth, okay? So there are big opportunities out there, and we're looking at all of them simultaneously.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Mr. Legbe. Talking about ideas and solving problems, 2020 has also been named the Decade of Action. And now we're going to hear from one of the ambassadors of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, amongst many others, caps that he wears, Mr. Tonyeko.
Okay, just unmuting, and thank you, Emilia. Thank you very, very much. My Excellency or Excellencies on board today, Limoke, Peter Obi, both of them, every time I see them, I accuse them that they did not tell me how interesting politics can be. and the challenges that we face. They just allowed me to jump in because they're always saying, people like you have to come into politics. And then we get into politics and then they say, but you should have asked us and we would have told you better. And that essentially brings me into the conversation that I've been asked to talk about. Leo, thank you very much for your call and thank you for what you are doing, creating leaders at the Bridge Leadership and the Bridge Foundation. So I've been asked to speak on finding courage, building resilience for the decade of action. If there's something that I can assure every young person who's listening here today, the next 10 years is so critical to you that you will not even begin to believe it. And if COVID has done anything at all, it should tell you that you are even more important now in the solutions of the future than ever before. 2 years ago, I was asked to come and speak on the future that we want. And it was speaking to youth and good governance. Now, at the time when I was speaking, I hardly realized that I was also speaking to me. We were speaking to youth and I was giving the examples of the dreams and the vision that I had for Nigeria, which had propelled the kind of business that I built and everything that we were doing. At the time that I came back in 2018, I came in with a private jet. I was traveling all over the place. I couldn't even stay that day. I came in, made my speech, went out because I had some other appointment somewhere, up and down, moving everywhere and building businesses. I had no idea, even when I was speaking at the Bridge, that a few months later, I would have to make a life-changing decision to resign completely from Sahara and go and pursue a life in politics. And a life that basically back then meant that I had to dedicate the next 20 years of my life to creating that same future that I was speaking to you about, this future for the Nigeria that we need. Bank 2020, this year, so many things have happened. A lot of acceleration has occurred. Opportunities have been created by COVID. The opportunities that have been created, it's now left to us to either decide whether or not we're going to take advantage of those opportunities or we're just going to fold our hands and complain. We have entered without any doubt one of the fastest growing fourth industrial revolution that we can ever imagine. And the question that you ask yourself, and I ask myself every single day, is what do you do about it? And this is where the mind is important. How do you cope with the mind? And that is where the first level of courage must come in. You must be able to re-educate your mind. As we got into COVID and the lockdown started, one of the things that became clear to me, simply put, was that I had to reinvent myself completely. I had to reinvent myself in my ability to speak. I've been a public speaker, but a public speaker that engages with a live audience, an audience that you see, an audience that you feed off, an audience that you relate to. Now, all of a sudden, you're relating to an audience that you cannot see, and I need to speak to you behind a screensaver, behind a name. You can be doing anything as we speak right now. We have no idea what you're doing, but we must speak and engage with you. Now, this leads me to understanding that even in the politics that one is going into, if you are going to govern a people, if you are going to run a nation, if you are going to serve a people, then you must always be able to imagine that the people that you are dealing with on the other side are people you cannot see, but are people who are alive, people who are real, and people who have real issues that you must speak to all the time. Which brings me to some of the 3 points that I've had to deal with myself. The first issue was that I had to be ready to reinvent myself, reinvent who I was, reinvent what I stood for, reinvent how I communicated it, and reinvent my belief in what I can deliver. Then I had to be ready to reinvent my service. What was the service that I was providing as a business person in employment, as a business person who had built a global company, and what is the service that I intend to give as a public servant? And the third thing was that I had to be ready to reinvent my influence. I had a particular level of influence as a business person, a particular level of influence as a corporate titan. Now you're moving into the area of politics. What type of influence are you going to bring? You want to create a decade of change. That decade of change is going to come with certain things, values that you must carry. One, you must carry a value of being permanently in the learning mode. You have to learn all the time. And if there's one thing again that COVID has taught us, is that anybody who is unwilling to learn is not going to survive. You must be able and ready to learn all the time. You must have a constant hunger to improve yourself, improve things that you see around you. How do you improve the service that you give? How do you improve who you are? This is something that I've had to do intentionally. One of the things that I did was to get up and decide to go back to school, to go and study for transformational politics, because I realized that in the nation that we are today, if you do not and you don't have a transformative mindset to change to not accept what you see and change it deliberately to what you want, you will not be able to get there. And then you must have a refreshing desire to solve problems. How do you solve the problems that you see around you? So for every young person, 10 years might seem a long time, but think about it. If you are between the ages of 20 to 35 right now, in another 10 years' time, you will be at the point where you are fully at the decision-making bracket within this nation. 10 years from there, you are running the nation. It is not that far. So what are the things that you must do as a roundup? The first is that you must have and find the courage to pivot. Courage is extremely important. I went into school in Oxford and I started giving my plans as to what I saw the next 20 years going to be, how we wanted to change and transform what politics look like and what the nation Nigeria can become. And almost every single professor that had heard the plan said one thing, said you need courage to create transformation. You need courage. So you want to make a difference in life, you need courage. It is extremely important. Courage to pivot. You need to find the bravery to stop and start again. You are going to find in this whole period of COVID that some of the things you've been doing cannot work anymore. It cannot work. It just has to stop. Now, do you have the bravery to say, you know what, this is not working. I'm going to stop it and I'm going to start something new. Again, I've had to stop. I've had to stop on certain things that I used to do before because the environment and technology will not allow what I used to do to continue or thrive. So you start, you stop, and you start again. But the most important one is that you must find the faith to believe in yourself. There is no way you are going to survive the next 10 years if you don't believe in who you are. Nigeria is such an impressive country because of the people that we have. But are you ready to believe in who you are and offer the services that you must be? So finally, please remember that one of the things that you have to do is that there are new skills that you must learn. Those skills are available to you today. It is there for you to take advantage of. Are there businesses that will survive COVID? Absolutely. When we talk of a new normal, what does that mean? That essentially means that you have the right now to redefine and redesign what offering of a service and a person that you are ready to bring so that you can serve people who are in need. And those people who are in need will subscribe to what you have, and then you can move forward. So I stepped down at this point, ready for questions. I had 5 minutes, and I think I did it in 5. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cole. No questions, very well said. Yes, that's it. No questions, very well said. That's what I have here. Thank you so much for joining us. We look forward to hosting you again sometime soon. We spoke earlier about, Thank you, sir. We spoke earlier about scaling business ideas for profit. Now we're going to talk about growing businesses. So you can scale startups, but I believe small businesses need to grow. Well, I'm not the expert. I'd like to hand over and welcome Ms. Thelma Ekio, who is an Edition 1. Over to you. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Your Excellency, and all the other distinguished speakers. It's a pleasure to be here. I was here. I was at the first Bridge Leadership Foundation's conference, and it's I think it's congratulations to you that you've sustained it for 10 years, and the team and the board. If you had asked me when we were in Calabar 10 years ago, for me to predict what would happen in 10 years, I would have predicted 100 things, but I would not have predicted what is currently happening. I probably would have predicted that Nigeria would win the World Cup. I would predict a Nigerian president that would be a woman, but I would not have predicted a pandemic that would engulf the entire world and would hold us all hostage. If this was a movie plot that someone submitted to Hollywood, no one would have bought the movie. They would have said it was too far-fetched. So just to open it to say that we're all living in very strange times. And I was reading a report by the International Trade Congress that said the phases of the pandemic are, the lockdown, then the crunching of the economy, and then a state of flux before recovery. It's difficult to say what stage we're in Nigeria, but what is clear was that the Nigerian environment was already very hostile to entrepreneurs. And in the wake of a pandemic like this, we can arguably say that it is even more hostile, even though the government is trying to put a lot of stimulus packages for small and medium-sized businesses. The first one was 50 billion naira. For Nigeria, that is pittance. It can't go anywhere. They're looking at another one that's about 220 billion. One of the issues that the government has to deal with is how this is going to be disseminated and what type of equitable systems will be put in place for that to happen. So the shock of the pandemic, was universal. But what is not universal is how people react to it. One reaction for me, I slept for the first week for like 12 hours straight because I couldn't believe what was happening. And I think my body was also taking a break from all the work that I'd been doing. But after a while, I had to look at myself in the mirror and I said, are you going to sleep this whole period away? Because it clearly was not changing. And I think that everyone must have gone through different versions of this, where you then realize that how do you react to this? Some people reacted with depression and inaction. And some people reacted with creativity and action. And for the young people on this call, my challenge to you is that be on the side of the people that have reacted to this with creativity and action. This is the time, this period is not only created for entrepreneurs, it's created for young people. Entrepreneurship is about exploiting a particular opportunity and commercializing it. The whole world is confused. The leaders are confused with both how to respond to the pandemic as a health crisis, but also how to rebuild economies that have been impacted by the pandemic. So anybody that is providing solutions that will help galvanize local communities to be resilient, that person's idea has traction. And so from the vantage point of, is this a period to look at opening a business? My answer is yes. And the way to look at it is also to say, any business that's going to create something for the masses. This is not a period to create niche businesses. This is a period to create a business that's going to help large amounts of people. And I'm trying not to repeat what the other speakers have said, but one of the key things that I said to my team when this happened was, we must be relevant. We must make sure that we're relevant. In April, we threw away all the grandiose business plans we had developed last December because they were no longer relevant. So we started as a business, really restarted again. And I said to them, part of being relevant is being visible. How are we visible with the solutions that we provide? So one of the things we did was to immediately contact the Federal Ministry for Women's Affairs, with the Association for Chambers of Commerce in Nigeria, NASIMA, and we conducted a national survey, because as an entrepreneur, for you to know how to respond to what your customers must need, you must understand the needs of the customers. A phrase for that, which every entrepreneur, young person today, you must find a way to take a course on design thinking. Design thinking is how you structure your businesses directly to what the dynamic changes of entrepreneurs. And so we conducted a national survey with over 1,300 women participating, because the area where I work is building women's businesses and investing in them. And that survey gave us the visibility we needed. Through that survey, we have been invited to all sorts of things because we were immediately identified as a solution provider. So how are you positioning yourself as a solution provider? I have a call right after this, and that call is also because of that survey. One of the things that we also did was to say, okay, we can't just have one stream of income. In a crisis, you must look for how you have multiple streams of income. I was one of those people that if you brought something to me in healthcare, I would have said, I'm not in the health space, or I'm not in the agri space, and I would have run away. Now, I have looked for ways to be in the health space. I have looked for ways to be in the agri space. And my attitude is, wherever the next pandemic is coming from, I'm ready for it. You know, it can't just, I will be positioned to benefit in one way or the other. So you must make sure that you're also not straitjacketing yourself, and you are ensuring that you are attractive to different sectors. If you create a product now, I'm encouraging most entrepreneurs that I talk to, do not overthink it. What I mean by that is you must take it through a process of vetting, testing, and launching, but do not overthink it. There will always be a time to revise. In a period of crisis, innovations are going to happen in a very fast way. I've listened to about 10 pitches in the last 3 months of people that are creating things very quickly. They will always find time to tweak with it and make it better. But the point is, they're making their voices heard. They're putting something in the market that the market can respond to. And this is all young people right now. If you say you're building something that you want to launch in January, I'm telling you, you might be outdated. That's how fluid the current system is. It's moving very quickly. So you must create something that is deployable in a timely fashion. Then you must also know where the money is. This is not the time, and I wish we had a lengthier time to talk about the money, because I feel like, one of the speakers spoke about crowdfunding. That's just one source in about 7 sources of financing. And when I get really, disappointed with many entrepreneurs is the rush to commercial financing. In Nigeria, commercial financing is ridiculously high. So you must know what type of financing you need right now. This is not the time to go for a very high performing loan or looking to give equity. Anyone that right now, if you're a business that's existing, you don't need equity. What you need is possibly bridge financing. And so you can't say you're not a finance person or you're not an accountant. I went back and I took courses on accounting, on finance, because I didn't want my accountant to keep cheeking me with all phrases that I didn't understand. So right now I can talk to any finance person because I understand the language. You must go and understand finance, and you must know which financing scheme is best for your business, and go out there. One of the things that 2020 to 2030 was supposed to be the decade of the woman. So those of you who are women entrepreneurs, I know that this would have struck, there was so much money going to be out there for women entrepreneurs. Do not despair. It is still out there. It is just being restructured. You have to find your ways to be part of networks and platforms that are deploying capital. There is now a lot of financing in the last 4 weeks. A lot of financing has come out for women entrepreneurs. But many times when I'm on these things, I'm advising a couple of them. I generally don't see Nigerian businesses, and I'm wondering why. And I think, we should first of all reflect on ourselves, and many of us are not intellectually curious. You have to go out there and look for what is available. No one owes you anything. No one is going to bring something to you. You have to go out there and look for what is happening and be able to position your business to get some of that financing. If people want information, I can always share with Emilia and the rest of some of the opportunities that are coming up now. The last thing I want to say is that I will close by saying, do not be afraid of failing. I have failed in business. I've also succeeded in business. For me, every time I've failed in business, I've seen it as God teaching me a valuable lesson to restructure something I didn't do quite right. Don't be afraid of failing in this time. If something does not go your way, get up, dust yourself up, and keep going. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Pleasure listening to you. Very nostalgic. Just 10 years ago, like you said, you spoke, you encouraged, but you never envisaged this present. Thank you so much. I'll let you go so you can catch up with your call. And we'll bring up right next someone who is known for many things, but of course, first stands out for one thing, and that's comedy and creative economy. But if you follow him on social media, I'm sure you know that when it comes to using creativity and skills in every sector and in almost every area possible, he always has a word. And it gives me great pleasure to invite next Ali Baba. Simply put.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name, as you've heard, is Ali Baba, and so that because it looks like I'm the last person on the plate, so I'll quickly just run through these issues. How do you? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You are not the last person. Please go ahead.
Okay. All right then. Okay. The new normal, as it is, brings to bear a new set of challenges for anyone who is in the creative industry. But first of all, if you are in the creative industry and these challenges come to you, you have different ways of preparing yourself for it or getting out of the pit that we found ourselves. So I'll first talk about what the possibilities are. There are new potentials for anyone who is in the creative industry, and these new potentials include new media, global awareness, and new ideas, application of innovative ideas, and using new technologies to achieve your creative expression. In time, if you look back, there were several people who have adapted, and we can also then say these are the things that people who have adapted have done. We know that someone like Ruth in the Bible, who lost her husband, and from being a full-time housewife, she had to adapt to become a woman who was gleaning and picking up grains from the field. We also know that there's a case of someone who, like David. David was just a shepherd boy and was thrown into the field of politics because of the values that he had and everything that he had learned. And so it shows that we, as members of the creative industry as well, and the creative society, we have to also adapt to the new normal. The new challenges will be how to reach people, cutting across a lot more fields than we used to. I was talking to someone the other day, and he said, how has people in the creative industry prepared for this? And the trend has been a lot of people who are in my generation, were very suspect about the social media space. I remember when I created my first Facebook account, I came from High Five then and set up the Facebook account. There were so many people who thought, what are you doing online? And then Twitter came, and I joined Twitter. Same guys were telling me, it's only children that are on Twitter. What are you doing with children? And then I went on Twitter and gradually got some good following. And right now I have about like 800 and something followers. On Instagram, when Instagram came, I joined Instagram, now I have about 1 million plus. You see, what a lot of people who are in the creative sector have failed to learn is that for every new challenge, for every new opportunity that arises, you are supposed to stand up to it. And I use the examples of someone like Zacchaeus in the Bible to drive home my point. And I say, Zacchaeus got to a place and found that people were taller than him. He did not say, okay, we're here, we'll wait till something is done. He did something because he moved, he changed location and changed position when he changed the location. And so what he did was, he was aware, first of all, of his weakness. What the biggest problem anybody in the creative sector would have is failure to understand how this new normal will affect you. If you do not understand how this new normal will affect you, you cannot go forward. There are still some that can't even hold a Zoom class properly, a Zoom meeting. They can't. If you send them a Zoom, they have to get somebody to come and then the creative sector. There are people who still act like they used to long time ago. There's still people who, and it will affect you going forward. Let's talk about personal abilities. You are in an industry. Other people are learning to improve their skills. They're learning to going for lectures. They're going for classes. They're watching movies and improving themselves. That complacency attitude is one thing that will kill a lot of creatives. That complacency attitude of, I'm good, I'm the best, I'm not changing, this is where I am. It is the same thing that killed Nokia. Nokia thought that because they were the biggest telephone manufacturer, and there was no one that would beat them. But you see, the same Sajem and Samsung that were back in the days third-class phones have now become the frontline phones. Nokia was beating even iPhone to the background. But right now, Nokia is nowhere to be found when you mention 4 or 5 phones. So what it means is that for anyone who is in creative sector, there's need to grab this occupational shift. And the occupational shift means that you need to find new elements to apply your creativity to. You need to find new media to express your talent. You need to find new platforms and new partnerships. These partnerships can be across the world. Right now, there are these boys called the Ikorodu boys who have done a video that has gone global. Even the manufacturer, the makers of the movie have gotten in touch with the boys because the boys did a spin-off of their movie. How did they do it? It was on social media. They did it on Instagram. The purpose that this new normal has thrown on every creative person is that the way forward is the new technologies, the way forward is the internet, the way forward is the global market, and anyone who is not ready for that will be cut short. Sorry for those who are not Christians that I keep making these referrals to the Bible. When Joseph and Mary took Jesus to run to Egypt, they ran by foot. When Jesus wanted to enter Jerusalem, he sent somebody to go and get a donkey. What does that mean? It means that everything moves and progresses by stages. And when the stages come, you must adapt to it and move with it. Right now, Netflix is asking for movies that are on 4K. In fact, some of them are not even asking for HD. They're asking for 4K. Let them be the ones that step it down. But give us a movie in 4K. If you are a movie producer and your movie was not shot on 4K, tendencies are the way people are benefiting from having their movies on Netflix now, you would not benefit. So you need to begin to use new technologies to drive the creative values that you have. The last point I will make before I then, because I now understand that someone else is speaking after me, is that the support structures that you had before COVID and the new realities have to change. Your support structures now have to be people in IT, people in graphics, people in design, and people who can help your creativity out, who can help push your creativity out there in the international space. And truly, like Fela Groto said, you have to improve yourself. You have to create quality work. The quality of your work has to improve to meet global standards. And then the quality of your network, the quality of the people you work with also has to improve. And until those things improve, you will be you'll be caught with the back pedal always. Because these days, the products that we have, as soon as we push it out, a lot more people are consuming it than the times that you tell a joke in Kaduna, it takes 3 weeks for it to get to somebody in Lagos. And before you even find out somebody in Lagos has told it, it will take another 1 month. But now, as soon as you tell a joke, someone has picked it and told it in several places, then some people with poor talent or lack of talent maybe have taken that same joke that you told and turned it into a skit, and videos get more viewership. So the day you that has the joke now wants to tell the joke, somebody says, I've heard it before. What it means is that as a comedian, as a creative person, you have to be fresh all the time to remain valid in this business. There's a lot more that we can say, but above all, it is that self-improvement should be tailored to meet the new awareness and the new challenges that we have and new platforms and new opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ali, grateful to have you with us. We would let you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll go right on to the next two speakers. We have two more speakers. We have Buki. Buki is waiting to go. And right after Buki, we'll be wrapping up the 10th anniversary celebration featuring some of our speakers from edition 1 through to edition 9. And we'll wrap up this with Ubong King. Ubong is going to come last to wrap us up. And then we'll hear the big announcement by the supervising trustee for the Bridge Leadership Foundation, Mrs. Ini Abimbola, and then the vote of thanks, and we'll call it a day. But now it's time to listen to Buki, who's answering the question, what do you have in your hands?
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me clearly? Awesome. Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I am humbled and I'm honored to be here. Thank you so much, Senator Leal Imoke. And I also have my mentor in the house, Mrs. Ini Abimbola. Thank you so much for having me today. I was honored to be at Calabar 3 years ago as a panelist, and I'm so honored to be back here. Okay, so I'm just going to share my screen quickly to give my presentation. Okay. Once again, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Buki Ashende, and I'm actually popularly known as the creative mother hen. I'm so honored to have gone after Ali Baba, who has rightly spoken about the creative sector as a large, but I'm just going to be talking about the creative product sector. So I run a company called Bella Africana, and what we pretty much do is that we've created a family to enable these creative product businesses thrive, and not just thrive, but also to grow. Now, to my question, to my topic for today, I actually really, really love my topic, which says, the new normal begins with you. What do you have in your hands? Okay, so I'm going to be getting you to do some thinking in a few minutes. Now, what I'm saying here is, are we talking literally? Meaning, what do you have in your hands? Like, what can you do with your hands? Or are we talking perceptually? What are the areas of talent that you have? What are your abilities? What are the problems that you see around? Just take a second to really, really think about that. Now, before we even really talk about what you have in your hands, the next question I have for you is, what do you have in your mind? Because what you have in your hands is actually proportional to what you have in your mind. And before you can really think about that, I also have some sub-questions, which is, what have you been saying since COVID happened, even before COVID? What have you been saying? What have you been hearing? And what have you been seeing? Because all of these are actually gateways into your mind. And if you're able to really, really think deep about these major questions, then you will be able to relate easily with me. And your perception about everything I'm going to be saying today would be very, very easy. So let me just give you a very quick story about how I got into Bella Africana. My husband, Mr. Toby Ashende, an amazing man who actually runs a digital marketing institute called the MSI. I met him 5 years ago, and the redefining statement that he told to me then, it was my boyfriend at the time, but now he's my husband. He asked me a very deep question. He said, "You don't need a product to sell a product." Ha! It struck me because I was there sitting on a beautiful idea. How did I come about this idea? I had met a lot of creative businesses, but I noticed a very huge gap between consumers who actually loved what they were doing and were looking for where to get them, how to buy from them. So I decided, okay, let's not just create a marketplace or a platform to bridge those two people. Let us actually create a community, a family where they will thrive, they will become marketable, and they will grow and scale their businesses. So I have three major things for you to reflect on. I really want you to reflect on it, so I want you to take it down. The very first question I'll be saying to you today is, you have to obviously discover who you are. You have to discover what you have. And for you to do that, you have to know, that's the state of awareness. What do you have? What are those things that you can't stop talking about? What are those things that you can't stop watching? What are those things that you keep looking at, you're always interested in, that's always pushing you, that always gives you headache at night, that you dream about? What are those things? When you get to that state of discovery, you would have a clearer mindset as to what next to do. Now, my second thing for you to reflect on is have courage. A lot of people, amazing people have spoken, and some of those keywords have been thrown around, and I hope you have been taking notes. Have courage to start that thing now, okay? And how do you have courage? Who are the people in your life that would actually bring out that thing that is in your mind? You know, I talked about my husband earlier. I have, just like Mr. Alibaba spoke about, your community, the circle that you're in has to change in this era. Where are those communities that you're part of, likes of Bella Africana, who are interested in pushing creative businesses? If you're interested in finance, if you're interested in real estate, if you're interested in anything, there are communities out there for you to be a part of. The third thing here is you have to be limitless. You talk about people who critically analyze what you do. Go and meet those people because they're making sense. They're really making sense. Don't let anything stop you from actually chasing that thing that you really, really deeply believe in, and be a solution provider. But honestly, I'm not here to talk about being a solution provider, because you can't know how to provide solutions if you don't actually know what you have, okay? And I will just round up with this quote well, I actually came up with a quote, because the honest truth is, what is in your hands isn't yours to keep. If you can really ponder on that, you'll be able to think of the talent that you have. You'll be able to think of the abilities, the attributes, the skills that you have garnered. You know, COVID happened in April, but I kept saying that my COVID happened in January, because my mindset shifted when my husband told me, "Babe, you have been comfortable. You are too comfortable. Are you driven? Are you willing to do everything that it takes to make Bella Africana come true?" And that was my yes. And it happened because during COVID, our sales doubled. My staff, my team members, their salary went up. So it starts from your mind. It is whatever is in your hands, it's not meant for you. It's meant to be released. It's meant to be shared to help somebody else. So I'll just leave with this question because I don't have too much time. If not, I can stay here. They say I talk for Africa. I'm the creative mother here. I can't talk. So I would just leave this question. What are you doing with what is in your hands? Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much, Buki. Really, really, really insightful. What you have in your hands is not yours to keep. I'll certainly not forget that. Thank you so much. I wish I could ask questions, but because of time, I was going to ask Alibaba if he's on TikTok, which is the new social media platform that's really trending now. But let's move quickly to the growth mindset. The growth mindset is the new normal. Don't ask me how. We have waiting and ready to answer that question. Mr. Ubon King.
Well, first of all, let me say thank you for an opportunity to be here. Please confirm to me that you can hear me.
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Your Excellency, Senator Leah Moke, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to be here. All my big brothers that have spoken, I don't take it for granted. But you know, my responsibility is simple here, is to cause trouble, and that is what I'm going to do. Now, I will start with a phrase from the film called The Lion King. When Mufasa, the father, was talking to his son, he says that the sun will set on him one day and it will rise on Simba after he has gone. So no king ever sits on the throne forever, but it's become the responsibility of those under to prepare to take responsibility. Now, the Panthera leo, which is the African lion, is not the biggest animal in the forest. It's not the tallest, it's not the fastest, it's not even the wisest animal. So when you ask it in an exam, how did you do in the tallest exam? The lion failed the tallest exam. The lion failed the biggest exam. The lion failed the fattest exam. The lion failed the fastest exam. The lion failed the wisest exam. Because of that, the lion failed every single thing. So if you come and tell me that it is because you don't have a good education, I will tell you, go to the lion, because your failure is not an excuse for where you are. It has to be your attitude. A lion is the king of the jungle, not because it's the biggest, but because it has an attitude to win. Now, whenever you look at the lion, it comes in a pride, and that pride has male lions, female lions, and children. Stay with me. The male lion has a responsibility. The responsibility of the male lion is to protect the territory so that you don't have rogue lions coming inside there. When we're talking about male lions, we're talking about governance, we're talking about leadership. When leaders ignore the responsibility of protecting their community, you have rogue lions entering into that place and taking over their market space. It has become necessary that male lions, who are the alpha lions, are able to take over responsibility of protecting the pride where these children will grow. Then you now have the female lions. Female lions are the ones that go and hunt. These are the business owners. The business owners need to take market, need to do things in the market, need to dominate their market. It is important that you don't give us an excuse that COVID has come. It is left for you to sit down and think, what do I do next? Because if you fail to protect your market, you become the next market others will share. Now, when it comes to the children's responsibility is to learn from the fathers, learn from the male lions, learn from the female lions how to live. So they learn two things, morals and how to hunt. It has become necessary that we improve morals. We begin to teach our children what it costs us to get to this level. If we don't do that, our children become irresponsible tomorrow. Then they need to learn how to hunt. They need to know that there is nothing that is free, that there is nothing that comes free. You need to show your child, how did you make that money? And let me tell you, my brother, my sister, if you see somebody with a G-Wagon and you're excited about it, please be careful to ask, what did you do to get that G-Wagon? Because many of us follow the car. We don't follow the story behind the car. Whenever you see the glory on anybody, ask the person, please tell me the story, how you made that money. If the person cannot explain to you, that glory is fake. Learn to hunt, because all of us are looking for free food. Free food is the enemy of life. If you ever eat free food, that means they stop you from thinking. Our fathers and our mothers have given us free food, so we can't think. We have become dull. Our brains are becoming metromic and microscopic. We need to change that mindset and need to learn to hunt. Hunger is the gift of God to man, because until you get hungry, you will not look for food. When we are talking about hunger, you need to find where is that food. Every young lion goes out to search for his own food, learn to survive, learn to hunt, learn to eat. We can't sit at home and be talking about government, sit at home and be talking about this local government is not okay. You as a young man, you as a young woman, get hungry and go and look for that food. And I know that, like you and me, we were told growing up that strangers are bad. If you talk to a stranger, they will turn you into a cow, into a goat, and they'll eat you. Wrong. Let me tell you something. Your money, your success is in the hand of strangers. Your money is in the hands of strangers. Your opportunity is in the hand of strangers. You need to learn how to connect with a stranger. find a way to penetrate that stranger, because that man has your money, that woman has your money. When you see any man, equate him to like 500,000. You're smiling, your attitude to that person will change. When you look at someone and you brush past, you are ignoring money. Everybody that passes you is money personified. So stop ignoring people and stop ignoring your money. Learn to communicate with them. You must learn to penetrate people. You must respect them. Learn to connect with them. Because if you are going to succeed in business, you need customers, you need products, and you need opportunity. You need to do this together. If you like, have products, so have customers, but if the opportunity is not there, you are dead. If you have customers, if you have opportunity, no products, you are dead. If you have if you have products, no customers, no opportunity, you are just wasting time. For you to succeed, you need the customer, the product, and the opportunity. And lastly, it is not a function of size anymore. In the new normal, it is not the big that swallows the small. It is the fast that swallows the slow. The only way to get out of trouble is to enter that trouble now. Focus on your target. Your target will give you direction. It is your direction that will connect you with the right people. My name is Ubon King, and God bless you, sir. Thank you. You know how we do it now. I hear.
Thank you very much. Where do I begin? Thank you so much. The growth mindset is the new normal. You spoke about free food, and I just have one quick question before we hear from our sponsors, and one quick question before we also welcome the supervising trustee who will be unveiling a mega project. This is also an era of opportunities, and online you see people joining platforms and looking for opportunities, scholarships, funding, and all of that. How do you balance this with your counsel not to look for free food? That's my quick question.
No matter the money you get from anywhere, if you don't follow the process, if you don't know where you're going to. Now, a lady before me spoke about ideation. You must have the idea, know the process from end to end, because a lot of people think that money is what they need to start a business. If you like, have money. Everything that starts from the top goes down. You start from under. Every other thing, apart from a grave that start on top, everything goes down. So if you collect money from a source, your first law is that you will spend the money. Remember what I said. If you don't know how to defend your market, you will become the next market others will share. That money you have, people will collect it from you and advise you to spend it. You will spend it into that business. They've turned you to their own market. So you need to learn how to do it. So if you collect money, it's good for you. But if you don't have the idea, you'll become broke in future. So that's how it works.
Wow, thank you very much. Thank you so much, Mr. King. We will take a very short message from our sponsors, and when we come back, the supervising trustee for the Bridge Leadership Foundation, Mrs. Inyabimbola, will be here to talk to us about the legacy project.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us. It's indeed a delight to have you all join us for the 10th edition of the Career Day. It is quite a pleasure to actually happened and it was our first programmatic initiative, if you will, to be able to situate the conversations around youth leadership and the reason why this foundation was going to be different from every other foundation. We also had the constraints of the fact that the founder of the foundation was a sitting governor at that time. And so a lot of people thought that it was one of those things that, governors like to do to gain some traction. And I think it was a year or two before he was going in for another set of elections. So quite a lot of conversations around, oh, it's just a matter of time. This is for elections. After that, we're not going to hear anything about the foundation. And I am particularly pleased. I remember having this session with a number of people and also on some radio and TV programs that this was a different kind of foundation. And I'm incredibly pleased and absolutely grateful to the Almighty that we are having the 10th Career Day. The foundation has grown in leaps and bounds. The foundation has not only grown, but has also increased its mileage within its area of influence. We have created in the that our country and all of the speakers that have clearly indicated that it doesn't matter what we say, it doesn't matter the kind of innovations that we create, if the enabling governance infrastructure is not in place, then there is only as much as we can do. And if you're following the conversations online around businesses today, and I think Ndidi alluded to that, Thelma alluded to that, and practically every other person, we're seeing a lot of issues around governance and small businesses. Young people who also left paid employment or have not followed a career trajectory have gone into career and logistics issues, and companies being made to pay huge money and the killing of businesses. So these are conversations that have been going on. But for us at the Bridge Leadership Foundation, and them and building them for leadership within their communities and within the business environment. But we've also tried to bring it down to the level of even the primary and secondary stages of education to ensure that we're not just having these conversations when mindsets have been formed, but also preparing them from so having creating leadership opportunities, like having some of our members or our graduates engage in management internships with certain organizations that we have. We've also created opportunities, so programmatic initiatives around ensuring that they have employability skills or employable for the place. And the thing also done very clearly is also to create mentoring platforms, because whether you like it or not, most of these young people need to be mentored, whether even in preparing for leadership within governance and within the community. So in engaging this conversation, we've down the years, we began to think of how do we ensure that what we have done with the Bridge Leadership Foundation doesn't just happen in abstract, but also is built as a legacy. I, in particular, think about legacies in everything that I do. And I'm also glad that the founder of the foundation and the entire members of the board are people who can actually point out to some of the things that they've been able to do in their personal careers, in their personal lives, and in the work that they've done across board, whether in governance or in private sector led initiatives and businesses, on what a legacy really means. And it gives me great pleasure at this point. I don't know whether the video will be shared right now, to share with you one of the things that we have created over the years and have constantly we call the Bridge Leadership Institute. This particular project is so dear to my heart because I remember fighting with the architect that drew the project. I had my own ideas of what it should be. We had to agree with the founder what it had to be. So it was something that we all agreed was something that needed to be done, something that was lacking, and even where it is available has not also been, the impact of that has also not been taken fully into cognizance. So I will let the video play and then quickly speak to that in just a few minutes. See that and see what it is that we're trying to do with the Bridge Leadership Institute. And we are still asking for as much support as we can. This is a project that, so the Bridge Leadership Foundation all through and through at the very beginning it wasn't Leah Limoke that brought the money for the Bridge Leadership Foundation to run. Leah had a vision. He had a vision because being a transformational leader himself, he had a vision to see more youths participate in leadership. And this came from a place where in the state that he governed, a particular part of that state was only known for young men being involved in gangs, in being used as political tools and things like that. And he saw that there was a need to create a platform for young people to have conversations around how they can better engage in governance. And in advancing that is where the Bridge Leadership Institute comes into play, where the Bridge Leadership has enjoyed the support of a lot of sponsors, a lot of corporate sponsors, a lot of individual sponsors. Every single money that we've spent has been from people who have engaged with us and engaged with the work that we've done over the years. And we really want to say thank you. Thank you for supporting us every single year for the Career Day. Without your support, truly, we cannot do the things that we do. When we used to have the regular Career Day, we used to have over 3,000 to sometimes 5,000 young people. They don't pay to attend the Career Day, and we fly in speakers from across the world. I can tell you that we've brought in young people from across the world to share their experiences, to tell their stories. We've invited top caliber speakers, as you have seen some of them today, to come in and share. So without your support, without your sponsorship, we would not have been able most of the things that we have. The second thing I would like to state here as some of our, one of the things that we're doing as a legacy is also to launch the Founders Alumni Network and what we call a virtual community. As we all have had the conversation that it is the new normal, but this is the new world. It is not just a normal, this is the new world. And I think it's been there in the offing for a long time, but I always say that in Nigeria, we're always the last to jump on any trend that is happening. And when we jump on, we over jump on it. So for the past couple of weeks, I have had to say no to a lot of Zoom meetings because I am zoomed out already, as it were. But it shows to us that this is the new world. This is what it's going to be. I don't know whether we're ever going to go back to what it used to be. And if you are in Lagos, like some of us, the closure of Third Mainland Bridge and some of the major roads will let you know that this is the new world. Used to doing things. This is one of the reasons why we're launching the virtual community via Telegram. So as many of you as are interested, please reach out to the Foundation Secretariat and particularly to our alumni. I'm sure that some of you have seen the alumni videos. Every single day, I am eternally grateful for the work that the foundation has been able to do 9 years. We're 9 years, but we've done completely grateful for the kind of young people that have come out of the work that the Bridge Foundation has done. And these are not just young people that do not have a story. They have story to tell, and they can show a trajectory of growth. So that's the difference between just having a story and showing a trajectory of growth. So where you were and where you are now, and in between that line, what the foundation was able to do for each of these young persons. So once again, I want to say thank you. Thank you to all of you that have supported the work that we've done. Thank you to all our speakers who accepted to join us today. Thank you to all who have passed through the Bridge Leadership Foundation. Thank you so very much. Thank you for all you've done. Again, as I said, as you watch the video, please remember that this is a legacy project for us. This is a dream that will come true. We already have the site. We've done a lot of work already on the site. We've gotten a lot of sponsorship. Work has already commenced on the site, but it is a huge project. The building has, again, as I said, very special meaning for me, because there is supposed to be something there that has a part of me in this project. So please support us, our corporate sponsors and individual sponsors. Whenever COVID allows us to gather together, I can assure you by then, this project would have gone far, and we should be able to invite you either virtually or in person to have a view and a feel of what it is that this project is about. So I'll leave it at that and hope that you are able, the video will be shared with you. Once again, thank you very much, and accept the assurances of our very high esteem. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow. First, I must say thank you to you, Mrs. Ini Abimbola, for the opportunity. It was because of you and through you that I got involved with the Bridge Leadership Foundation. Thank you so much for your work all through the years. And I must also say thank you for being really passionate about the Bridge Leadership Foundation. So much that your local name is Madam Bridge. So thank you so much. We will take a very, very short message from our sponsors. We will take another look at the Bridge Institute and the mega project that the supervising trustee has just introduced. And when we come back, it will be time to hear from the man who started it all, the man who had the vision, the founder of the Bridge Leadership Foundation, as he says thank you to us all.
Thank you very much. I can't thank you enough. I want to thank all our speakers. I want to thank all our supporters. I want to thank the viewers, the young people, the youths who've tuned in from all over the world. It's been a wonderful outing. And like I said at the beginning, I hope it's been a worthwhile experience. Thank you, thank you, thank you. In the words of President Barack Obama, keep exploring, keep dreaming, keep asking why. Don't settle for what you already know. Never stop believing in the power of your ideas, your imagination, your hard work to change the world. I conclude by saying we should all adapt and adjust. This will deepen the dream. Dream big, dream large. We can accomplish whatever it is that we set out to do. At the Bridge Foundation, we'll continue to work with young people to build the leaders of tomorrow. Thank you so much for this experience and for sharing with us. May God bless us all. Thank you and have a wonderful day. Goodbye.
10 years ago, a man had a dream, a vision to move young people from a state of helplessness to one where they are empowered to make informed decisions about their lives, communities, and future. He thought hard about how to achieve this and decided to get to work immediately. He built a bridge to help as many young people that were and still willing move from present to the future. The Bridge Leadership Foundation, TBLF, is a non-governmental organization established in 2011 with a simple yet daunting vision to raise a community of inspired, equipped, and influential young leaders who lead themselves and others. Over the years, the foundation has implemented a wide range of programs that inspire, empower, and engage youths. Most of these interventions connect and mentor young people to become leaders that influence others to develop their respective communities. Today, over 53,510 young people have been reached through advocacy, capacity building, mentorship initiative, academic scholarships, and teacher training programs across no less than 50 communities in the South region of Nigeria.
I learned that the first 4 minutes of entering into any class to talk with my students, I have to be able to connect with them. If I'm not able to do that, then the remaining minutes are lost. I've also come to understand that every child has a story behind wherever he or she is coming from. So I have to be able to relate with them.
We have all been made to understand that the teacher plays a very cardinal role in whatever change we want to see in the society. Let me thank the Bridge Leadership Foundation.
This bridge has supported various individuals achieve their dreams, organizations make possible their impact project, and has built a legacy for almost 10 years. Through a strong network and collaboration with credible organizations, companies, and well-meaning individuals, TBLF has received support to bridge the gap between limitations and potential for change. To the man who saw the future over 9 years ago, and to those who have journeyed on this bridge, we say thank you, and to others willing to partner on this quest to create the future, we look forward to working with you. As we approach our 10th anniversary, a new decade dawns upon us as a country and continent. The foundation will continue to fulfill her mandate and stay committed to the vision to build generations of transformational leaders for today and tomorrow.